guys, this is Tell. I hope you all are doing well. And in this channel, we create the amazing fanfiction story. If you enjoy this kind of fanfiction, so must subscribe the channels for new upcoming video. Now let's start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Hogwarts Tales. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Snape discovered Harry was being abused at age 7 and broke his cover to save Lily's only son? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1. The cupboard. The rain came sideways across Little Whinging, the kind of spiteful October drizzle that found its way under collars and into shoes no matter how tightly a person wrapped themselves. Severus Snape did not wrap himself. He walked through it as though it were someone else's problem, his black coat slick and heavy, his boots striking the pavement in a rhythm that said very clearly, "Do not speak to me." Number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly like numbers 2 and 6 and every other house on this wretched street. Trimmed hedges. Clean windows. A car in the drive that had been washed recently enough to gleam even under grey skies. Snape stood at the end of the front path and stared at the house the way a man might stare at a particularly dull assignment he'd been forced to complete. Because that's what this was. An assignment. Dumbledore had sent him with precisely 3 instructions: inspect the blood wards, reinforce the eastern anchor point, and leave without being seen. Simple. Tedious. Beneath him. The sort of task usually given to a first-year Auror or a Ministry ward technician, not a man who spent his days brewing potions of considerable complexity and his nights pretending to still be loyal to a vanished Dark Lord. But Dumbledore had asked. And Snape owed Dumbledore a debt he could never repay, so here he was, standing in the rain in Surrey like an idiot. He drew his wand, ebony, dragon heartstring, 10 inches, and held it flat against his palm. The diagnostic charm was wordless, a slow pulse of magic that rippled outward from his hand like a stone dropped in water. He felt the wards immediately. They were there, yes, layered and ancient feeling despite being only 6 years old, built on the foundation of Lily's sacrifice and anchored to the blood she shared with her sister. But something was wrong. The wards were thin. Not failing, not yet, but stretched in a way that made Snape frown. Blood wards fed on love, on the protection willingly given by family. They were supposed to be robust, nearly impenetrable. These felt like a worn bedsheet held up to the light, still intact, but you could see right through them. He walked the perimeter of the property, wand extended, testing each anchor point. The northern one was solid enough. The western one held. The southern one was adequate. But the eastern anchor, the one Dumbledore had specifically flagged, was barely functional. It pulsed weakly against his diagnostic charm, flickering like a candle in a draught. Snape stopped at the side of the house and pressed his palm flat against the brick wall. He closed his eyes and pushed his awareness into the ward structure, feeling for the root cause of the degradation. What he found made him go very still. The wards were being starved. Not attacked from the outside, starved from within. The blood connection that was supposed to fuel them was there, technically, but the emotional component was almost non-existent. Lily's sister was supposed to have taken Harry in willingly, was supposed to have provided a home. The magic didn't require that she love him as her own, but it required, at minimum, that the child be cared for. That he be sheltered. That his presence in this house be an act of protection, however grudging. The wards were telling Snape that this was barely happening. He should have reinforced the anchor point, written a report, and left. Those were his instructions. Dumbledore hadn't asked him to investigate the household. Dumbledore hadn't asked him to ring the bell. Snape rang the bell. He rang it because his father's house had looked exactly like this from the outside, neat, presentable, nothing to see here, and the wards were telling him a story he recognized. The door opened and Petunia Desley stood in the gap. She was thinner than Snape remembered, her neck longer, her face narrower, her eyes the same pale, suspicious blue they'd been when she was 15 and spying on Lily's letters from Hogwarts. She wore a floral apron over a pressed blouse and her hair was pinned back so tightly it looked painful. She did not recognize him. Not immediately. Her eyes swept over his black coat, his lank dark hair, his sallow face, and her expression cycled through annoyance, suspicion, and the particular brand of social anxiety that gripped people in Little Whinging when confronted with someone who didn't look like they belonged. "Can I help you?" she said, in a tone that meant please leave. "Petunia," Snape said. The name landed like a slap. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. And then recognition hit. He watched it move through her face like a crack through ice, and she tried to shut the door. Snape's boot was faster. "We need to talk," he said. "I have nothing to say to you. Nothing to say to any of your kind. Get off my property before I call the police." "Call them," Snape said flatly. "I'll wait." Petunia's hand was white on the door handle. Her eyes darted to the street behind him, checking whether any neighbors were watching. That told Snape everything he needed to know about Petunia Dursley's priorities. She stepped back. He stepped in. The hallway was immaculate. Cream-colored walls, not a scuff or mark. Photographs lined the staircase wall in matching frames, a large blonde boy at various ages, grinning, holding toys, sitting on the lap of an enormous man who must be Vernon Dursley. A family in triplicate, captured and displayed. There were no photographs of a second child. "Where is Harry?" Snape said. Petunia's jaw tightened. "Asleep." Snape looked at his watch. "It's 4:30 in the afternoon. He wasn't feeling well. I put him to bed early." She was lying. Snape didn't need legilimency to see it, the lie sat on her face like a bruise. Her eyes had flicked, involuntarily, not toward the stairs but toward the space beneath them. Toward a small door set into the wall under the staircase, the kind of door that usually led to a storage cupboard. Snape's stomach turned over. "Move," he said, and his voice had dropped into something cold and very quiet, the voice he used when a student was about to learn that they had made a terrible mistake. "You have no right, move, Petunia." She moved. Snape crossed the hallway in 3 strides. The cupboard door had a bolt on the outside, not a lock for keeping things in, just a sliding bolt, the kind you'd use to secure a garden gate. But it was on the outside. He slid it open, turned the handle, and pulled the door wide. The smell hit him first. Clothes, stale air, unwashed fabric, the particular scent of a space that was too small and too warm and had a human being living in it. There was a bare light bulb overhead, switched off. A thin mattress on the floor, no bed frame, covered with a sheet that had been white once and was now gray. A folded blanket. A single pair of socks. A broken toy soldier missing one arm. And a boy. He was curled on his side, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around himself. He was small, shockingly, wrongly small for 7 years old. His dark hair was matted against his forehead and Snape could see the scar beneath it, the lightning bolt that had made this child famous while he slept in a cupboard. He wore clothes that were several sizes too large, the collar of his shirt so wide it had slipped down to expose one bony shoulder, and on that shoulder there was a bruise. Not fresh, yellowish-green at the edges, a few days old, but unmistakable. The shape of fingers. The boy wasn't asleep. His eyes were open, green eyes, Lily's eyes, staring up at the tall dark figure that had just opened his door with an expression that Snape recognized down to his marrow. It was not fear, exactly. It was something worse. It was the blank, preemptive resignation of a child who had learned that when adults came for him, it was never good, and the best strategy was to make himself as small and still as possible and hope it would be over quickly. Snape couldn't breathe. He stood there in that hallway, in that hideous clean house, and he could not draw air into his lungs. Because he knew this. He knew the cupboard and the 2 big clothes and the bruise and the silence. He knew it the way you know your own name, the way you know the sound of your own heartbeat. He had been this boy. Not the same cupboard, not the same house, but the same. Tobias Snape had used a belt, not his hands, and the cupboard had been a locked bedroom in a collapsing house in Cokeworth rather than a tidy nook under the stairs in Surrey. But the boy's eyes were the same. Snape's eyes had looked like that. "Harry," he said, and his voice came out wrong, rough, cracked, like a door that hadn't been opened in years. The boy flinched at the sound of his own name. Behind him, Petunia had begun to speak. Snape heard her as though from very far away. "He's perfectly fine, he likes it in there, it's his room, he chose it himself, he's a difficult child, you don't understand what we've had to deal with." Snape turned around. Whatever Petunia saw in his face stopped her mid-sentence. "How long?" he said. "I don't know what you, how long?" Petunia's throat bobbed. "He's always slept there. Since he arrived. There wasn't room upstairs, Dudley needed the spare bedroom for his toys," Snape finished, because he'd noticed the second bedroom door upstairs, slightly ajar, and through the gap he'd seen shelves crammed with plastic and metal and the detritus of a child who had far too much. Petunia said nothing. Snape looked at the bruise on Harry's shoulder. He looked at Petunia. "Your husband." It wasn't a question, but Petunia answered anyway, and the speed of her answer told Snape she'd rehearsed this, that she'd prepared this defense long ago and kept it ready. "Vernon has a firm hand with the boy, that's all. Discipline. He needs it, you have no idea the trouble he causes, strange things happen around him, things break, strange things," Snape repeated, his voice like a blade across stone. "You mean magic. The child performs accidental magic, as all magical children do, and your husband beats him for it." "It's not, we don't, he exaggerates, children exaggerate." Snape crouched down. He moved slowly, deliberately, the way you approach a wounded animal. He lowered himself until he was at the boy's eye level. Harry hadn't moved. He was still curled on the mattress, watching Snape with those terrible green eyes. "Harry," Snape said again, and this time he kept his voice low, level, careful. "I'm not going to hurt you. I knew your mother." Something shifted in the boy's face. A flicker, barely there, then gone. "You knew my mum." The voice was thin, unused sounding, as though the boy didn't speak often enough for his voice to work properly. "Yes," Snape said, and the word cost him something. "Her name was Lily. She had red hair and green eyes." "Your eyes." Harry sat up slowly. The blanket fell away and Snape saw more. His wrists were thin enough that Snape could have circled them with 2 fingers. There were older marks on his arms, faded, layered. This was not new. This had been happening for a long time. Snape stood up. His hand was shaking. He looked down at it and willed it to stop, and it did not stop. He turned to Petunia, and when he spoke, every word was precise and measured, delivered with the kind of calm that is far more frightening than shouting. "I am taking him." "You can't do that." "I am taking him, Petunia. Dumbledore said, he left a letter, we were told to keep the boy and we have kept him. We didn't ask for this. We didn't want him. But we kept him because we were told the protections, Snape said, are failing. Because you have to actually protect a child for protection magic to work. A concept that has apparently escaped you and your husband for 6 years. Petunia's face had gone red, then white. You cannot just take a child from his legal guardians. Watch me. Snape reached into the cupboard and held out his hand. Harry stared at it. He did not take it. Where are we going? Harry whispered. Somewhere else, Snape said. Somewhere that isn't this. Harry looked past Snape to his aunt. Petunia stood rigid in the hallway, her arms crossed, her face a mask of something complicated, anger, shame, relief. The relief was what made Snape want to hex her. She was relieved. Relieved that someone was taking this problem off her hands. Harry took Snape's hand. His fingers were cold. Small. Bony. They gripped Snape's palm with a tentative pressure, like the boy expected the hand to be snatched away at any moment. Snape led him into the hallway. Petunia pressed herself against the wall to let them pass, as though proximity might contaminate her. At the door, Snape stopped. "If you or your husband attempt to contact the authorities," he said, "without turning around, I will ensure that what was done to this child becomes a matter of public record." Muggle record. "Do you understand me?" Petunia said nothing. Snape opened the door and walked out into the rain with Harry Potter's hand in his. They made it to the end of Privet Drive before Snape felt it happen. The wards didn't collapse with a sound, there was no crash, no explosion. It was more like a held breath finally released. The air changed. The faint background hum of protective magic that had blanketed number 4 and the surrounding street simply stopped. Like a radio switched off mid-song. The silence it left behind was enormous. Snape stopped walking. Harry stopped beside him, looking up with rain dripping off his glasses, round glasses, taped at the bridge, too large for his face. "What was that?" Harry said. "Nothing," Snape lied. "Keep walking." The wards were gone. 6 years of protection, the last living echo of Lily's sacrifice, collapsed the moment the boy left the house. Dumbledore would know. Whatever instruments the old man kept in his office, whatever monitoring charms were tied to the blood wards, they would be screaming right now. Snape had perhaps 20 minutes before Dumbledore arrived. Possibly less. He picked up the pace, half dragging Harry down the wet pavement. The boy stumbled, his 2 large trainers slapping against the concrete, but he didn't complain. Didn't ask Snape to slow down. Didn't make a sound. That silence was more damning than anything Snape had seen in the cupboard. At the end of Magnolia Crescent, behind a row of garages where no Muggle could see them, Snape knelt down again. Harry's face was wet with rain, his glasses fogged. He was shivering. "Harry. I need to take us somewhere safe, very quickly. The way I'm going to do it will feel strange, like being squeezed through a tight space. It will be over in a second. I need you to hold on to me and not let go. Can you do that?" Harry nodded. He didn't ask what Snape meant. He didn't ask how. He simply stepped forward and wrapped his thin arms around Snape's waist, pressing his face against the black coat, and held on. Something cracked inside Snape's chest. Something that had been sealed shut for 6 years. He disapparated. They landed in the front room of Spinner's End with a crack that rattled the windows. Harry staggered, gasped, but didn't fall. Snape's arm was around him, holding him upright. The boy's face had gone greenish-white. "Breathe," Snape said. "It passes." Harry breathed. His eyes were darting around the room, taking everything in with the rapid, cataloging gaze of a child who had learned to assess new environments for threats. Snape recognized that too. Spinner's End was not an impressive sight. The sitting room was dim, curtained, crammed with books. Every wall was shelved, every shelf was full, and the books had overflowed onto the floor in precarious stacks. There was a battered armchair, a table covered in parchment and ink bottles, and a fireplace that hadn't been lit in days. The air smelled of old paper and potion ingredients, a sharp, herbal undertone that was so constant Snape no longer noticed it. "Sit down," Snape said, gesturing to the armchair. Harry sat. He perched on the edge of the cushion with his hands in his lap, his back very straight, his feet not quite touching the floor. Like a soldier awaiting inspection. Snape stood in the middle of his own sitting room and realized he had no idea what to do next. He'd taken the boy. He'd actually done it. He'd walked into Petunia Dursley's house and taken Harry Potter, and the blood wards had collapsed, and somewhere right now Albus Dumbledore was losing his mind, and Snape was standing in Spinner's End with a 7-year-old child staring at him, and he had not thought one single step beyond get him out. "Right," he said, more to himself than to Harry. "Food. You need food." He went to the kitchen. It was small, cluttered with cauldrons and cutting boards, and the cupboards contained precisely the kind of provisions you'd expect from a single man who mostly ate at Hogwarts: tea, a tin of biscuits, half a loaf of bread that was questionable, and a jar of marmalade. Snape stared at this collection with something close to despair. He made toast. He spread marmalade on it with considerably more care than the task required, cut it into triangles because, he didn't know why, it just seemed right, and brought it out on a plate with a glass of water. Harry took the plate and looked at it as though it might be a trap. "Eat," Snape said. Harry ate. He ate the way starving people eat, quickly, hunched over the plate, one arm curled protectively around it. He finished all 4 triangles in under a minute and then sat with the empty plate on his lap, crumbs on his shirt, looking at Snape with an expression that was trying very hard not to be hopeful. "Is there more?" Harry said. Snape made more toast. And then more. Harry ate 6 slices before his pace slowed and he leaned back in the chair, and for the first time since Snape had opened that cupboard door, some of the tension went out of the boy's thin frame. "What's your name?" Harry asked. "Snape. Severus Snape." "That's a weird name." Snape blinked. In spite of everything, in spite of the collapsed wards and the oncoming Dumbledore and the fact that his life had just detonated, the corner of his mouth twitched. "I'm aware. How did you know my mum?" "We grew up together. Here, actually. In this town." Harry looked around the room again, this time with curiosity rather than wariness. "Is this where you live?" "After a fashion. It's got a lot of books." "Yes. I like books," Harry said, very quietly, as though confessing something secret. "Aunt Petunia doesn't let me read Dudleys. But sometimes at school, when they forget about me at the library," he stopped, seeming to realize he was talking, and went silent. Snape sat down on the arm of the sofa across from the chair. He was aware that he was studying the boy, cataloguing injuries the way he'd catalogued the symptoms of a poisoning. The bruise on the shoulder. The thinness. The 2 large clothes. The broken glasses. The careful, muted way the child spoke and moved. Each one was a data point, and together they told a story that made Snape want to go back to Privet Drive and do things to Vernon Dursley that would land him in Azkaban. "Instead," he said, "you may read any book in this house." Harry's eyes went wide. It was such a small thing, permission to read, and the boy looked as though Snape had handed him the moon. The fire in the hearth roared to life, blazing green. Snape was on his feet with his wand drawn before the flames had fully changed color. He stepped between the fireplace and Harry, his body a barrier, his wand aimed at the fire. Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the flames. He was not wearing his usual cheerful expression. His face was set, his blue eyes hard behind his half-moon spectacles, and there was soot on the hem of his plum-colored robes. He looked at Snape. He looked past Snape at the boy in the armchair. And when his gaze came back to Snape, there was something in it that Snape had never seen before, not anger, exactly, but a cold and terrible disappointment. "Severus," Dumbledore said. "What have you done? What you should have done 6 years ago." Dumbledore's jaw tightened. His eyes swept the room, the empty plate, the crumbs, the small boy watching from the chair with the rigid stillness of someone who had learned that raised voices meant pain was coming. Dumbledore saw it. Snape watched him see it. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice shifted, softer now, warm, the voice he used with children. "My name is Professor Dumbledore. You're quite safe. Would you mind very much if I spoke privately with Professor Snape for a moment?" Harry looked at Snape. Not at Dumbledore, at Snape. As if asking permission. As if this man who'd known him for less than an hour was already more real to him than the smiling stranger who'd just stepped out of a green fire. Snape nodded. "There's a room through that door. More books. You can look at them." Harry slid off the chair and padded through the door to Snape's study, clutching his empty plate as though someone might ask for it back. He closed the door behind him with the careful, silent precision of a child who had learned never to slam things. The moment the latch clicked, the warmth left Dumbledore's face. "The wards are gone, Severus." "I know. Do you understand what that means? The blood protection, Lily's protection, it cannot be reconstructed. It was tied to that house, to Petunia's blood, to Harry's presence there. You have destroyed the single most powerful protective enchantment in the wizarding world." "Good." Dumbledore's eyes flashed. "This is not a matter for your personal feelings about, personal feelings." Snape's voice was very quiet. "Go and look at him, Albus. Go into that room and look at the boy. Look at the bruises on his arms. Ask him when he last ate a full meal. Ask him where he sleeps. He will tell you a cupboard. A cupboard under the stairs. He is 7 years old and he sleeps in a cupboard and he flinches when you say his name." Dumbledore was silent. "You told me he was safe," Snape continued, and now the quiet in his voice was the kind of quiet that precedes an avalanche. "You told me the wards would protect him. You told me Petunia would care for him. You lied." "I did not lie. I believed, you didn't check." 6 years, Albus. You placed a child, Lily's child, in that house and you never once checked." Dumbledore removed his spectacles and pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. He suddenly looked every one of his 112 years. "Arabella Figg has been reporting to me. She indicated the Dursleys were, not warm, perhaps, but, not warm." Snape laughed, and the sound was ugly. "There are finger-shaped bruises on his shoulder. He weighs about half what he should. He didn't know his mother's name. Not warm. What a masterful understatement. Even so, Severus, there are larger considerations, no." Dumbledore stopped. "No," Snape said again. "There are no larger considerations. Not this time. I will not send him back. If you attempt to force me, I will go to the prophet. I will go to the ministry. I will go to every witch and wizard in Britain and I will tell them exactly what happened to their precious boy who lived under the care arrangement that Albus Dumbledore personally established." The two men stared at each other across the dim sitting room. The fireplace crackled between them. Rain lashed the windows. Somewhere in the next room, a child was turning the pages of a book, and the sound was very small and very loud at the same time. Dumbledore put his spectacles back on. "You realize what you've exposed yourself to. Without the blood wards, Harry has no passive protection. The Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban, Lucius Malfoy and his circle, they have been watching, waiting. The moment they learn the boy is no longer at Privet Drive, then I will protect him. You. A single wizard, living in a muggle slum, with a dark mark on his arm and a cover identity that is already perilously thin? Yes." Dumbledore studied him. The hard look in his eyes shifted, became something more complicated. "Sadness, maybe. Or recognition. You are doing this for her." Snape said nothing. "Lily would not have wanted you to throw your life away, Lily would not have wanted her son in a cupboard." The words hung in the air like smoke. Dumbledore closed his mouth. A long silence. "Then, I cannot support this, Severus. Not publicly. If the Ministry learns that I permitted a former Death Eater to take custody of Harry Potter, I'm not asking for your support. I'm telling you what is happening." Dumbledore's expression flickered, frustration, grudging respect, something that might have been guilt. "You will need to ward this house. Extensively. I can provide, I will handle my own wards. Severus, you may leave through the door or through the fire. Either way, you are leaving." For a moment, Snape thought Dumbledore would argue. The old man's hand rested near his wand, not reaching for it, just near it, and his eyes had that calculating light that meant he was running scenarios, assessing probabilities, weighing outcomes the way a chess player weighs sacrifices. Then his hand dropped. "I will give you time," Dumbledore said. "A little. But this conversation is not over, and you know it. I know many things. Most of them unpleasant. Dumbledore crossed to the fireplace, took a pinch of fleur powder from the pot on the mantel, and stepped into the flames. He paused, half-turned, green light playing across his face. For what it's worth, he said quietly, I am sorry. About the boy. He vanished in a rush of emerald fire. Snape stood alone in his sitting room. His hands were shaking again. He clenched them into fists, released them, clenched them again. The shaking didn't stop. He went to the study door and opened it. Harry was sitting on the floor with a book open in his lap. It was, of all things, advanced potion making, not a children's book by any measure, filled with dense text and ingredient lists and Snape's own cramped handwriting in the margins. Harry couldn't possibly be reading it with any comprehension. But he was tracing the words with his finger, his lips moving silently, and when he heard the door he looked up with an expression that was wary and hopeful in equal measure. The man in the fire, Harry said. Is he angry? He is always angry about something. Don't worry about him. Is he going to send me back? The question was delivered in the same flat, quiet voice Harry used for everything, but his fingers had tightened on the book. Snape crouched down. No one is sending you back. Not him. Not anyone. Promise. The word was so small. So desperate. And Snape knew, he knew, that he should not make promises he might not be able to keep. He was one man. Dumbledore was Dumbledore. The Death Eaters were out there. The Ministry was a bureaucratic nightmare. 100 things could go wrong and probably would. I promise, Snape said. Harry's grip on the book loosened. He nodded once, solemnly, as though they'd just signed a contract. Can I keep reading this? Snape looked at the book. A 7-year-old reading advanced potion making. Lily's son, sitting on the floor of Snape's study, asking permission to read. The absurdity of it, the rightness of it, hit him like a blow. Yes, he said. But you'll need something more appropriate to start with. That one's rather, he hesitated. Advanced. That's what it says on the cover. Snape almost smiled. Almost. Come. We need to sort out a bed for you. And proper clothes. And food that isn't toast. Harry stood up, still holding the book. He followed Snape into the hallway and up the narrow stairs of Spinner's End, past walls of peeling wallpaper and doors that hadn't been opened in years. Snape stopped at the room at the end of the hall, his mother's old room, unused since Eileen Snape had died. It was dusty, sparse, containing only a bed, a wardrobe, and a window that looked out onto the grey rooftops of Cokeworth. Snape waved his wand. The dust vanished. The sheets freshened. The window unstuck itself and let in a breath of cold, wet air. Harry stood in the doorway and stared. This is for me. Yes. The whole room? It is not a large room. It's got a window. The way he said it, with genuine wonder, as though a window were a luxury, made Snape's throat close. He turned away, pretending to adjust something on the wardrobe. I'll need to transfigure some clothes for you, he said, keeping his voice businesslike. Tomorrow we'll get proper ones. For now, this will have to do. He transformed a spare pillowcase into pajamas with a series of precise wand movements. They were plain, dark blue, and they fit. Harry changed into them in the corner of the room, turned away, hunching his shoulders as though trying to take up as little space as possible. When he turned back, Snape saw more of what the too large shirt had hidden. Ribs. Hip bones. A latticework of faded marks on his back that were too regular to be accidental. Snape catalogued. He memorized. He said nothing, because the boy didn't need a reaction right now, he needed safety. Get into bed, Snape said. Harry climbed in. The bed swallowed him, he was so small against the pillows, so thin under the blanket. He lay very still, staring at the ceiling, his hands folded over his chest like a figure on a tomb. "The light," Harry said. "Can it stay on?" "Yes." Snape turned to go. He was at the door when Harry spoke again. "Mr. Snape?" "Yes." "My mum. The one you knew. Was she nice?" Snape gripped the doorframe. His knuckles went white. Behind him, a 7-year-old boy lay in a real bed for what might have been the first time in his life, asking if his dead mother was nice, and Snape's entire chest was awound. "She was," he said, without turning around, "the best person I ever knew." Silence. Then, very softly, "Okay." Snape pulled the door closed, not all the way, leaving it open a crack, leaving the hallway light spilling through. He stood on the landing with his hand still on the handle and breathed. Then he went downstairs, sat at his table, and began to ward his house. It took 3 hours. He layered them methodically: anti-apparition jinxes, muggle-repelling charms, notice-me-not enchantments, an intruder alert system tied to the front door and every window, a caterwauling charm as a last resort. He keyed them to himself and to Harry. He strengthened the Fidelius-adjacent concealment charms that already obscured Spinner's end from casual magical detection. He added a trip ward on the fireplace to alert him if anyone came through the flue uninvited. It wasn't enough. Not nearly. Against a concerted attack by trained wizards, these wards would buy him minutes, not hours. He needed something stronger, something layered and redundant, and he needed it before anyone figured out where Harry Potter had gone. But it would have to do for tonight. He checked on Harry at midnight. The boy was asleep, actually asleep, not the fake stillness he'd shown in the cupboard. He was curled on his side, one hand under his cheek, his glasses still on. Snape crossed the room, carefully removed the glasses, folded them, and placed them on the bedside table. In sleep, without the glasses, with the scar hidden by his hair, Harry looked so much like Lily that Snape had to leave the room. He went back downstairs. Poured himself a measure of fire whiskey from the bottle he kept in the kitchen cabinet. Sat in the armchair and drank it in the dark. What had he done? He'd destroyed the blood wards. He'd defied Dumbledore. He'd taken the most important child in the wizarding world and brought him to a crumbling house in a Muggle mill town. His cover, the careful, years-long performance of Severus Snape, loyal Death Eater, merely biding his time, was intact for now, but it wouldn't survive scrutiny. If Lucius Malfoy learned that Snape had taken Harry Potter, the questions would be immediate and lethal. Why would a faithful servant of the Dark Lord rescue the boy who lived? What possible motive could he have? The answer, that he'd loved the boy's mother, that he'd never stopped, that his entire adult life was built on the wreckage of that love, was not an answer he could give to Lucius Malfoy. Snape drank. The fire whiskey burned and he let it. He thought about Lily. Not the way he usually thought about her, the guilty, obsessive loop of if only I hadn't said it, if only I'd been better, if only, but something different. He thought about her alive. He thought about her at 10 years old, swinging on the park swings near the river, laughing at him when he told her about Hogwarts. He thought about her at 16, fierce and brilliant, the best in their year at charms, rolling her eyes at Potter and his gang. He thought about the last time he'd seen her, the real last time, when she'd looked at him with those green eyes, the boy's eyes, and told him she couldn't do this anymore. She'd been right. About everything. About him. And now her son was sleeping upstairs in Snape's dead mother's bed, and Snape had promised him. He'd promised. He finished the fire whiskey. Set the glass down. Pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. Tomorrow he would need to acquire food, children's clothes, and probably something to treat the boy's injuries, a healing salve for the bruises, a nutritional supplement potion. He would need to think about the long term, schooling, a cover story, the legal nightmare of guardianship. He would need to reinforce the wards, establish escape routes, set up secondary safe houses. And he would need to figure out how to be around a child without terrifying him, which, given that Snape's entire personality was built on terrifying people, was going to be its own challenge. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, he sat in the dark in his armchair and listened to the rain, and upstairs, a boy who had never had a room of his own slept in a real bed with the light on. It was, Snape thought, the first thing he'd done in 6 years that felt like it mattered. The clock on the mantel ticked past 1 in the morning. Outside, Cokeworth slept under its blanket of rain and grime. Somewhere in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore was almost certainly not sleeping, plotting his next move. Somewhere in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy was almost certainly also not sleeping, though Snape didn't know that yet. He would learn, soon enough, that by saving one boy, he had set into motion a chain of events that couldn't be stopped. That the wards falling had sent a signal, faint, but detectable, through certain dark artifacts. That eyes were turning toward Little Whinging and finding nothing, and that the absence of something is, to the right mind, far more alarming than its presence. But that was tomorrow. And the day after. And all the days after that. Tonight there was just this, a dark house, a sleeping child, and a man who had finally done something right. The rain didn't let up until dawn. Chapter 2, Spinner's End. The morning came grey and reluctant, the way mornings always came to Cokeworth, as though the sun had taken one look at the place and decided not to bother. Snape hadn't slept. He'd spent the hours between 2 and 6 reinforcing wards, brewing a batch of bruise salve, and compiling a mental list of everything he needed to do that was so long it had started to feel like a taunt. He was standing at the kitchen counter, staring at a kettle that was taking too long to boil, when he heard it. A creak on the stairs. Then nothing. Then another creak, lighter, as though whoever was on the stairs had frozen mid-step and was deciding whether to continue. Snape didn't move. Didn't turn around. He kept his eyes on the kettle and said, in what he hoped was a neutral tone, "There's no need to sneak. Come down." Silence. Then the soft pad of bare feet on wood, and Harry appeared in the kitchen doorway. He'd slept in the transfigured pajamas. His hair was a catastrophe, standing up at angles that defied physics, and his eyes, without the glasses, were slightly unfocused, squinting. He was holding the glasses in one hand, the frames bent where the tape at the bridge had come loose in the night. "They're broken," Harry said, holding them out. Not a complaint, a statement, delivered with the resigned practicality of a child who was used to things being broken and not being fixed. Snape took the glasses, set them on the counter, and tapped them once with his wand. Oculus reparo. The tape vanished. The frames straightened, the screws tightened, and the lenses, which had been scratched and smudged, went clear. Snape handed them back. Harry put them on. Blinked. His eyes went wide behind the now pristine lenses. "You fixed them. A simple charm. I'll get you a proper prescription when we go out." "Go out where?" "We need supplies. Food, clothes, various necessities." But first, the kettle finally clicked. Snape poured water into a mug, then paused. "Do you drink tea?" Harry shook his head. "Aunt Petunia says tea is for adults." "Aunt Petunia," Snape said, "is wrong about a great many things. However, you're probably better off with juice. Which I don't have." He opened the refrigerator, surveyed its pitiful contents, and closed it again. "Toast." "I like toast," Harry said quickly, as though worried that any hesitation might result in the offer being withdrawn. Snape made toast. He also made tea, strong, black, 2 sugars, and sat at the small kitchen table while Harry ate. The boy ate fast again, hunched over the plate, but slightly less frantically than last night. Progress, perhaps. Or just the difference between genuine starvation and ordinary hunger. "Harry." The boy looked up, a crumb on his chin. "I need to put some salve on those bruises. It's a healing ointment. It won't hurt." Harry's hand went to his shoulder, an involuntary gesture, protective, covering the bruise even through the pajama fabric. "It's fine." It doesn't hurt. It does hurt. And it needs treating. May I? The question, may I, seemed to confuse the boy. He stared at Snape as though the concept of being asked permission for something involving his own body was entirely foreign. Which, Snape supposed, it was. Okay, Harry said. Snape retrieved the bruise salve from the counter. It was a pale gold color with a faint smell of arnica and something sharper underneath, essence of murtlap, his own addition to the standard recipe, better for deep tissue damage. He pulled a chair around so he was beside Harry and gestured for the boy to pull down the collar of his pajama top. Harry did, slowly. The bruise on his shoulder was still there, yellow-green, ugly against his pale skin. Snape applied the salve with 2 fingers, gently, watching Harry's face for any sign of pain. The boy didn't flinch. Didn't react at all, actually, which was somehow worse. There are others, Snape said. Not a question. Harry hesitated. Then he turned around and pulled up the back of his shirt. Snape had seen the marks last night, briefly, in the dim bedroom. In the kitchen light they were clearer. Most were old, months old, possibly years, faded to thin white lines or faint discolorations. But some were newer. A dark bruise across his lower back, roughly the width of a hand. A series of parallel marks on his left side that could have been made by a belt or a strap. Snape applied the salve. His hands were steady. His face was composed. Inside, something was burning, a cold, controlled fire that he banked and held and did not let reach his expression, because the boy didn't need his anger right now. The boy needed his hands to be gentle and his voice to be calm. This will feel warm, Snape said. That means it's working. It tingles, Harry said. Like fizzy water. Exactly like that. When he was done, Harry pulled his shirt down and turned back around. He looked at Snape with that studying expression, the one that was too old for his face. Uncle Vernon won't like that you've taken me, Harry said. I am not particularly concerned with what Uncle Vernon likes. He'll be angry. Your uncle's anger is no longer your problem. It is mine, should he ever be foolish enough to express it. Which I sincerely hope he does. Something happened on Harry's face, a complicated thing, a war between hope and the learned instinct not to hope. Hope won, briefly, flickering across his features before he tucked it away again. What do I call you? Harry asked. Snape hadn't considered this. Professor Snape felt absurd for a 7-year-old he wasn't teaching. Severus felt too intimate. Mr. Snape was what the boy had used last night, and it had made Snape feel like his own father. Snape will do, he said. For now. Just Snape. Just Snape. Harry nodded, apparently satisfied. Then, Snape. Yes. The man in the fire last night. The one with the beard. Is he coming back? Almost certainly. Is he a wizard too? He is. Snape paused, weighing how much to say. His name is Albus Dumbledore. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, a school for witchcraft and wizardry. He is, a powerful and important man. Is he angry at you for taking me? Dumbledore is perpetually oscillating between disappointed and strategic. Angry would be an improvement. Harry looked blank. I don't know what oscillating means. It means he goes back and forth. Like a pendulum. Oh. Harry considered this. Is he a good man? The question, from anyone else, would have been simple. From a 7-year-old who had spent his life learning to identify threats, it was entirely practical. Harry was asking whether Dumbledore was dangerous. Whether he needed to be afraid. He believes he is, Snape said carefully. And in most respects, he is correct. But good men sometimes make decisions that are, he stopped. This was not a conversation to have with a child over toast. He will not hurt you. That much I can tell you with certainty. Harry seemed to accept this. He finished his toast, drank the glass of water Snape set in front of him, and looked around the kitchen. "What happens now?" he asked. What happened now was a trip to Diagon Alley, and Snape was dreading it. The problem was visibility. Snape couldn't be seen in public with Harry Potter. Not yet. Not until he had a story in place, a legal framework, some plausible reason why Severus Snape, Hogwarts potions master and reputed former Death Eater, was walking around London with the most famous child in the wizarding world. If anyone recognized Harry, the scar, the glasses, the resemblance to James Bloody Potter, it would be in the Prophet by evening. So he improvised. He transfigured Harry's pajamas into a set of Muggle clothes that actually fit, jeans, a t-shirt, a jumper, trainers that were the right size, and used a minor glamour charm to darken the scar on Harry's forehead, making it look like an ordinary childhood scratch rather than the famous lightning bolt. "Don't touch your forehead," Snape said, straightening the boy's collar. "The charm will hold as long as you don't rub at it." "Why are you hiding it?" "Because your scar makes you recognizable, and I'd prefer we not attract attention today." "Recognizable to who?" Snape looked at the boy, this small, thin, utterly ignorant boy who had no idea he was famous, who didn't know the first thing about the world he belonged to, and felt a stab of something that wasn't quite pity and wasn't quite fury. It was closer to grief. "That," he said, "is a longer conversation. For later. Come." They went by sidelong apparition to the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Harry handled it better this time, a sharp intake of breath, a wobble, but no nausea. Snape led him to the brick wall, tapped the sequence, and watched the boy's face as the archway formed in Diagon Alley opened before them. Harry stopped walking. His mouth was open. His eyes were enormous behind his glasses. The alley stretched out ahead of them, cobblestone and crooked, lined with shops that leaned against each other like old friends, windows full of cauldrons and broomsticks and owl cages and books and jars of things that moved and shimmered. Witches and wizards strolled past in robes of every color. An owl swooped overhead. A stack of self-stirring cauldrons clattered outside a shop front. "This is real," Harry whispered. "Yes. All of this is real." "Yes. And my mum, she was a part of this? This world?" "She was." Harry turned to Snape, and for the first time, the boy smiled. It was small, uncertain, like a muscle that hadn't been used in a long time and wasn't sure it remembered how. But it was a smile. "Brilliant," Harry said. Snape steered him through the alley with a hand on his shoulder, partly guidance, partly protection. He kept their pace brisk, his own hood up, his expression projecting the particular brand of unapproachability that kept people from making eye contact. They went to Madame Malkin's first, where Snape ordered 3 sets of Muggle-appropriate children's clothing and paid in galleons without haggling. Madame Malkin, to her credit, measured Harry with cheerful efficiency and didn't ask questions, though her eyes lingered on how thin the boy was. Next, the apothecary. Snape stocked up on potions ingredients he'd need for nutritional supplements, a strengthening solution base, pepper-up components, and the raw materials for a long-term restorative draft that would address malnourishment over several weeks. The apothecary owner knew him and didn't blink. Snape was a regular. Then Flourish and Blots. This was where things slowed down, because Harry walked into the bookshop and simply stopped functioning as a normal human being. He stood in the doorway with his hands at his sides and his head tilted back, staring at the shelves that went all the way to the ceiling, at the books that drifted lazily from shelf to shelf, at the enchanted displays that showed illustrations moving across their covers. His mouth was open again. Snape could see the hunger in his face, not for food this time, but for something older, deeper. "We need basic texts," Snape said, already moving through the shop. "A primer on magical theory. A children's history. Something on." He looked back and Harry was gone. Snape's heart lurched. His wand was in his hand before he'd consciously reached for it. He scanned the shop. Harry was 2 aisles over, sitting cross-legged on the floor, a book about dragons open in his lap. He was reading with the total absorption of a child who had discovered the single greatest thing in the world. Snape's heart settled back into his chest. He stood at the end of the aisle and watched the boy read, and something in his expression must have softened, because the shop assistant who approached him took one look and quietly said, "Your son's welcome to browse as long as he likes." Snape didn't correct her. He bought the dragon book. He also bought a children's introduction to the wizarding world, a first-year potions primer, a history of Hogwarts written for young readers, and, after a moment's hesitation, a book of fairy tales. Beetle the Bard. Lily had loved those stories. They left the alley with shrunken bags in Snape's pockets and apparat back to Spinner's End. It was just past noon. Snape made lunch, actual food this time, a simple pasta he managed from the supplies he'd picked up at a Muggle shop on the way back, and Harry ate 2 full plates and looked astonished by the fact that he was allowed to. After lunch, Harry settled on the sitting room floor with his new books, and Snape sat at the table and began the real work. Wards first. He'd done the basics last night, but now he went deeper. He spent 2 hours constructing a layered detection system, concentric rings of awareness that would alert him to magical signatures approaching within a quarter mile. He wove anti-portkey charms into the foundations. He set up emergency flood destinations, 3 of them, each one way, each leading to a different location he'd prepared over the years as bolt holes for his work as a spy. Then he sat down with parchment and ink and started drafting letters. One to Minerva McGonagall, brief, explaining only that he would be absent from Hogwarts for an unspecified period and that his NEWT students could follow the syllabus he'd left in his desk. One to Gringotts, inquiring about the Potter Vault and whether Harry had a legal magical guardian on record. And one, the hardest one, to himself, really. A list of every Death Eater still free, still connected, still dangerous. Lucius Malfoy at the top. Then the Carrows. Not. Crabbe. Goyle. McNair. Any one of them might notice what had happened. Lucius almost certainly would. The dark mark on Snape's forearm itched. It did that sometimes, a phantom sensation, like the memory of a burn. The mark had been faded and dormant since the Dark Lord's fall, but it was still there, still a conduit, still a brand that connected him to a network of people who would kill him without hesitation if they learned the truth. Snape. He looked up. Harry was watching him from the floor, the dragon book closed on his lap. "What's on your arm?" Snape looked down. His sleeve had ridden up while he wrote, exposing the edge of the dark mark, just the tail of the snake, black against his pale forearm. He pulled his sleeve down. "Nothing you need to worry about. It looks like a tattoo. Dudley's friend's big brother has a tattoo. It's a skull. It is not a tattoo." "What is it, then?" Snape put down his quill. He looked at this boy, this perceptive, sharp-eyed boy who noticed everything because noticing things had kept him alive, and weighed his options. He could lie. He was very good at lying. He'd been lying professionally for 6 years. But something about the way Harry asked, direct, unafraid, genuinely curious, made lying feel wrong. "It is a mark," Snape said, "from a time when I made very bad choices. It's permanent. I can't remove it. It reminds me every day of what I did." Harry considered this with the gravity of a much older person. "Was it the bad man? The one who killed my mum?" Snape went very still. "How do you know about that?" "Aunt Petunia told me once. When I asked about the car crash. She said it wasn't a car crash, it was a bad man, and I should stop asking questions." Harry paused. "She was really angry when she said it. I don't think she meant to tell me. 6 years old. Told in anger by a resentful aunt that his parents hadn't died in an accident but had been murdered." Snape filed this away in the growing catalogue of reasons he despised Petunia Desley. "Yes," Snape said. "It was the man who killed your parents. His name was Voldemort." He said the name deliberately, clearly, because fear of a name increased fear of the thing itself, and this boy had enough fear in his life already. I was on his side, once. Before I understood what he truly was. Before your mother, he stopped. He was saying too much. Harry was 7. But Harry was watching him with those green eyes, patient, waiting, and Snape found himself continuing. Your mother was my friend. My best friend, once. I lost her because of the choices I made. When she died, he drew a breath. I swore I would protect what she'd left behind. That's you, Harry. That's why I came to your aunt's house. That's why you're here. Harry was quiet for a long time. Snape could practically see the gears turning behind those glasses, the boy processing information, filing it, cross-referencing it with everything he knew. So you were bad, Harry said finally. But now you're trying to be good. It was, Snape reflected, the most accurate summary of his entire adult life that anyone had ever produced. And it had come from a 7-year-old. Something like that, he said. Okay, Harry said, and went back to his book. The afternoon passed in something resembling peace. Snape brewed the first batch of nutritive potion, a complex draft that required precise timing and would need to be administered daily for at least a month to address Harry's malnourishment. Harry wandered into the kitchen while Snape was stirring and watched with naked fascination. Is that a potion? Full marks for observation. What does it do? It will help you grow. You're behind where you should be, physically. This will correct that over time. Will it taste bad? Snape considered the ingredients. Extremely. Okay. Harry climbed onto a kitchen chair and watched Snape work. He asked questions, dozens of them, rapid fire, the dam of 6 years of suppressed curiosity finally breaking. Why was the cauldron that shape? What was the purple stuff? Why did Snape stir it that way? What happened if you stirred it the other way? What was that smell? Snape answered each one. He answered them precisely, completely, without condescension, the way he wished someone had answered his questions when he was 7. And he realized, somewhere around the 15th question, that the tight feeling in his chest wasn't irritation. It was something else entirely. At 5:30, he gave Harry the first dose of the nutritive potion. Harry drank it, made a face that involved his entire body, and said, "That's the worst thing I've ever tasted." Worse than your aunt's cooking. Harry thought about it. About the same. Snape turned away to hide what was happening to his face, because it was doing something it hadn't done in a very long time, and he didn't trust it. He'd just set the cauldron to cool when the wards pulsed. One sharp vibration through the floorboards, then another. Someone was approaching, someone magical, moving deliberately, coming up the street towards Spinner's End. Not Dumbledore, the flue was keyed to Dumbledore's signature and he would have come through the fireplace. This was someone approaching on foot. Snape's wand was in his hand. He moved to the front window, pressed himself against the wall beside it, and twitched the curtain back a fraction of an inch. A figure in a dark cloak was walking up the street. The hood was down, which was the first wrong thing. Anyone coming to Spinner's End with hostile intent would be concealed. The second wrong thing was the hair, long, pale blonde, catching what little light the October afternoon had to offer. Lucius Malfoy. Snape's stomach dropped. Not with fear. Snape had spent enough time afraid that fear had become more of a background hum than a sharp sensation, but with the cold, clarifying shock of a timeline accelerating beyond his control. Lucius was here. Already. Less than 24 hours after Snape had taken Harry, and Lucius Malfoy was walking up to his front door. Harry. Snape didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The boy had already frozen at the shift in Snape's posture, the animal alertness of a child who could read danger in a room before it arrived. Go upstairs. Your room. Close the door. Do not come out until I come for you. Do not make a sound. Harry didn't ask why. He didn't argue. He slid off the kitchen chair and moved, silently, quickly, with a facility for making himself invisible that was heartbreaking, and Snape heard his feet on the stairs and the soft click of the bedroom door. 3 seconds later, Lucius Malfoy knocked. Snape checked his occlumency shields, layered, impenetrable, the product of years of practice and desperate necessity. He arranged his face into its default expression, cold, slightly bored, the face of a man with better things to do. He opened the door. Lucius. Lucius Malfoy stood on the doorstep of Spinner's End with the air of a man visiting a particularly unfortunate relative in hospital, solicitous, faintly pained by his surroundings, but determined to be gracious about it. He wore robes of charcoal gray, impeccably tailored, and carried a silver-topped walking cane that Snape knew concealed a wand. His face was composed in an expression of friendly concern that didn't reach his eyes. His eyes were doing something else entirely. They were scanning the doorway, the hallway behind Snape, the wards he could undoubtedly feel pressing against his skin. "Severus," Lucius said, with a smile that was all teeth. "You've reinforced your wards. How industrious. I value my privacy. You know this." "Indeed I do. Might I come in? It's rather brisk out here, and I have a matter of some delicacy to discuss." Snape weighed his options. Refusing Lucius entry would be suspicious. They were supposed to be allies, old friends from the Dark Lord's inner circle, bound by shared history and shared secrets. They had maintained this fiction carefully for 6 years, a dance of mutual utility in which Lucius provided political cover and Snape provided potions expertise and the occasional piece of intelligence from Hogwarts. Turning him away at the door would be the first crack in that facade. "Of course," Snape said, and stepped aside. Lucius entered the sitting room with the careful, evaluating tread of a cat in unfamiliar territory. His eyes moved over the bookshelves, the parchment-strewn table, the empty plate on the side table, the empty plate. Harry's plate from this morning. On it, crumbs. Beside it, a glass with a film of water. Snape watched Lucius's eyes land on the plate and linger there for precisely 2 seconds before moving on. 2 seconds was enough. "Forgive the mess," Snape said, flicking his wand to send the plate and glass to the kitchen. "I've been occupied." "So I gather." Lucius settled into the armchair, Harry's armchair, the one the boy had sat in last night eating toast, and crossed his legs, resting both hands on the silver handle of his cane. "You were not at Hogwarts today." Narcissa had occasion to owl Dumbledore about a matter concerning Draco's preparatory tutoring, and was informed you had taken a leave of absence. "I was concerned." "How touching." "Severus, we are friends. Your welfare is naturally of interest to me." They were not friends. They had never been friends. They were two men trapped in an arrangement of mutual blackmail and shared complicity, each holding enough information to destroy the other, and both too useful to discard. Lucius's version of friendship was a velvet glove over a mailed fist, and Snape had known this since they were teenagers. "I had personal business to attend to," Snape said. "Nothing of consequence." Lucius examined his fingernails. "Funny thing. Last night, rather late, several of my instruments registered a disturbance. A significant magical event somewhere in the south of England. The collapse of a ward structure, quite a powerful one, by all indications. Blood-based." Snape kept his expression blank. Behind his occlumency shields, his mind was racing. Lucius knew about the wards. The dark artifacts in Malfoy Manor, objects Lucius had inherited or collected, things that detected shifts in powerful magic, had picked up the collapse. He didn't know the specifics, not yet. If he did, he wouldn't be here making conversation. He'd be at the ministry, or rallying the old network, or doing something considerably more aggressive. He was fishing. "Blood wards are uncommon," Snape said, sitting down across from Lucius with deliberate casualness. "And not my area of expertise. Why bring this to me?" "Because you are, in my experience, the most well-informed man in Britain who isn't Dumbledore." And because the location of the disturbance was, well, I'll be blunt. It was in Surrey. Snape said nothing. He let the silence stretch. In conversation with Lucius, silence was a tool, the man couldn't resist filling it. Surrey, Lucius repeated. Where, if my memory serves, a certain young wizard of some celebrity is said to reside under the protection of blood wards established by Dumbledore himself. Your memory serves. As always. The wards fell, Severus. Whatever was protecting the Potter boy, it's gone. An interesting development. More than interesting. If the boy is no longer protected. Lucius let the sentence hang, unfinished, laden with implication. He was watching Snape's face with the patient intensity of a snake watching a mouse hole. Snape met his gaze. If the boy is no longer protected, it is Dumbledore's problem. Not ours. The Dark Lord is gone, Lucius. What possible interest could Harry Potter hold for us now? Lucius smiled. The Dark Lord is gone. For now. But you and I both know, we carry the proof on our arms, that gone is not the same as destroyed. And there are those in our circle who believe that certain rituals, certain old magics, might benefit from the blood of the child who defeated him. Snape kept his face neutral. Inside, the cold fire was burning again. Theories and superstition. Perhaps. But the boy's location has been one of Dumbledore's most closely guarded secrets for 6 years. That protection has now failed. Someone, or something, broke those wards, and I want to know who. And why. And you thought I might know. I thought you might have heard something. Through Dumbledore's circle. Dumbledore does not confide in me regarding the Potter boy. I am tolerated at Hogwarts because I am useful. Nothing more. Lucius studied him for a long moment. Snape held his gaze, his occlumency shields rock solid, his surface thoughts carefully arranged, mild disinterest, faint annoyance at being disturbed, the usual simmering resentment toward Dumbledore that Lucius expected to find. Very well, Lucius said at last, and rose from the chair. If you do hear anything, Severus, I trust you'll share it with me. We are, after all, bound by the same cause. Dormant as it may be. Naturally. Lucius moved toward the door, then paused. He looked back over his shoulder with an expression of studied innocence. One more thing. The wards on this house, they're quite sophisticated for a man who was merely attending to personal business. Layered detection charms, anti-apparition fields, concealment work. He tilted his head. One might think you were protecting something. One might think I value not being murdered in my sleep, Snape said flatly. Lucius laughed, a rich, cultured sound that contained no warmth whatsoever. Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough. He left. Snape closed the door behind him, threw the bolt, and stood with his back against it, listening to Lucius's footsteps recede down the street. He waited until the wards registered the departure, the pale blonde signature moving away, crossing the perimeter, gone. Then he let out a breath that felt like it had been trapped in his chest for 20 minutes. That had been close. Not disastrously close, Lucius didn't know, not yet, but the man was circling. He'd detected the ward collapse. He'd connected it to Harry. He'd come to Snape because Snape was his best source of intelligence on Dumbledore's activities, and because Lucius Malfoy never did anything without multiple motives, and testing Snape's reaction was undoubtedly one of them. The plate. Lucius had seen the plate. One plate, one glass, on a side table in the sitting room, the wrong location for a solitary man's meal. It was a detail. A small one. But Lucius Malfoy built empires out of small details. Snape went upstairs and knocked on Harry's door. You can come out. The door opened immediately. Harry was sitting on the bed with his knees drawn up, his face pale but composed. Who was that? A dangerous man. Is he the one you're hiding me from? He is one of several. Harry absorbed this. Will he come back? Possibly. But he won't find you. I won't let him. Harry looked at Snape for a long time. Then he nodded, slid off the bed, and walked past Snape to the stairs, heading back down to his books as though the interruption had been nothing more than a fire drill. The resilience of it was staggering. The wrongness of it, that a 7-year-old was this accustomed to hiding from dangerous adults, made Snape want to burn something down. Instead, he went back to his wards and made them stronger. That evening, Snape cooked dinner. Properly cooked, not toast, a chicken stew, simple but edible, using ingredients he'd picked up that morning. Harry sat at the kitchen table and watched the entire process with the rapt attention he gave to everything. When Snape set the bowl in front of him, the boy stared at it as though trying to identify a trap. "You made this," Harry said. "For me. I made it for both of us. I also require food. At the Dursleys, I cooked." Snape's hand tightened on his spoon. "You cooked. Breakfast, mostly. Eggs and bacon for Uncle Vernon. Toast for Aunt Petunia. Dudley liked sausages." Harry said this in a matter-of-fact tone, as though it were perfectly normal for a 7-year-old to be responsible for a family's breakfast. "I had to stand on a stool to reach the stove. I burned myself sometimes." Snape set down his spoon. "You will not be cooking here. You will not be cleaning. You will not be performing any household tasks that are not age-appropriate. Do you understand? What's age-appropriate? Making your bed. Putting your books away. That's it." Harry blinked. "What do I do with the rest of the time?" "Whatever you want." The concept of free time, of unstructured, unpunished leisure, was clearly alien. Harry frowned, working through it, and Snape could see the exact moment the idea landed because the boy's frown melted into something cautious and wondering. "Can I read?" "You can read all day if you want." "What about school? Do I have to go to school?" Snape had been thinking about this. Harry was enrolled in a Muggle primary school in Little Whinging, but pulling him out and re-enrolling him elsewhere would create a paper trail. Homeschooling was the safest option, at least for now. "I'll teach you," Snape said. "The basics, reading, mathematics, and some magical theory. You won't need Muggle schooling where you're going." "Where am I going?" "When you're 11, you'll go to Hogwarts. The school I teach at." "The magic school?" "Yes. You'll be my teacher." "Unfortunately for both of us, yes." Harry grinned. It was the second smile Snape had seen from him, and it was wider than the first, a real grin, a kid's grin, quick and bright and gone almost as fast as it appeared, but unmistakable. "I think you'd be a good teacher," Harry said. "You would be the first person in history to hold that opinion." They ate. After dinner, Snape washed the dishes, by hand, because Spinner's End felt more like a Muggle house than a magical one, always had, and Harry stood beside him with a tea towel, drying. "You don't have to do that," Snape said. "I want to." Snape looked down at the boy, standing on tiptoe to reach the counter, carefully drying a bowl with both hands. Something in his expression must have changed, because Harry looked up and said, "What?" "Nothing. You're doing it wrong. Circular motions. The water streaks otherwise. Circular motions." "Got it." They finished the dishes in silence, and it was, Snape struggled to identify the feeling, turning it over in his mind like an unfamiliar potion ingredient, it was companionable. A shared task. A small domesticity. He hadn't experienced anything like it since Lily. Since summer afternoons on the riverbank near Spinner's End, sitting in the grass, sharing a bag of crisps from the corner shop, talking about Hogwarts and magic and everything they were going to do when they grew up. She'd been the last person whose company felt like this. Easy. Undemanding. Safe. Her son was drying dishes in Snape's kitchen, and the symmetry of it was so painful that Snape had to close his eyes for a moment and just breathe. Later, after Harry had gone to bed, in his own room, with the light on, with the door cracked open, Snape sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea and the letter he'd been putting off. He didn't write it. He couldn't, not yet. Instead, he thought about what Lucius had said. The boy's location has been one of Dumbledore's most closely guarded secrets. That protection has now failed. The Death Eater network was stirring. Lucius was the tip of it, the most visible, the most politically connected, but behind him were others. The Carrows, who had escaped prosecution by claiming the Imperious defense. Not, who had simply disappeared into his estate and waited. McNair, who had weaseled his way into the Ministry's department for the regulation of magical creatures. They were all still out there, still connected by the dark marks on their arms, still waiting. For what? For the Dark Lord's return. Snape didn't know if that was possible. Dumbledore seemed to think it was, seemed, in fact, to be planning for it. That was part of why Harry mattered so much. The prophecy. The boy who was marked as the Dark Lord's equal. The weapon Dumbledore was forging, slowly, carefully, shaping a child's life around a destiny the child knew nothing about. Snape had been part of that plan. His role was to wait, to remain in place at Hogwarts, to maintain his cover, to be ready when the time came. Years of waiting. Years of teaching children he didn't care about, of enduring Dumbledore's gentle manipulations and the staff's distrust and the students' fear. All of it in service to the long game. All of it to atone for the night he'd carried a prophecy to the Dark Lord and set in motion the chain of events that killed Lily. And now he'd blown it. In one afternoon, driven by the sight of a bruised boy in a cupboard, he'd blown 6 years of careful, agonizing, soul-destroying work. Was it worth it? Snape looked at the ceiling, at the room above where Harry slept. He thought about the boy's eyes, green, like lilies, but with something in them that was entirely Harry's own. The wariness. The quiet strength. The flicker of humor that surfaced sometimes, unexpected and startling, like a flower growing through concrete. Yes. It was worth it. The question was what it would cost. The fire in the sitting room roared green again at 11:30. Snape was there in seconds, wand ready. Dumbledore stepped through, looking older than he had the night before. He wore traveling robes, dark blue, and his expression was not angry or disappointed. It was tired. "Before you begin," Snape said, "he's asleep, and I won't have you waking him. I haven't come to take him, Severus." That was unexpected. Snape lowered his wand an inch. Dumbledore sat down heavily in the armchair. He removed his spectacles, polished them on his sleeve, and put them back on, a gesture Snape had seen 1,000 times, a sign that the old man was gathering his thoughts. "I have spent the day thinking," Dumbledore said. "And consulting. And thinking some more. And I have come to a conclusion that I find deeply uncomfortable, which generally means it's correct." Snape waited. "You were right." The word seemed to cost Dumbledore something. His jaw worked, his fingers tightened on the arm of the chair. "I failed the boy. I placed him with Petunia because the blood wards were the strongest protection available, and I told myself that would be sufficient. I chose not to look closely at what was happening inside that house because looking closely might have required me to act, and acting would have meant dismantling protections I believed were essential." Snape said nothing. Arabella Figg reported that the Dursleys were cold. Neglectful, perhaps. I persuaded myself that neglect was an acceptable price for safety. I was wrong. You were worse than wrong. You were lazy. Dumbledore flinched. Actually flinched, a small, involuntary thing, quickly controlled, but Snape saw it and felt a savage satisfaction that he immediately despised himself for. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said quietly. "Perhaps I was." A silence stretched between them. The fire crackled. Somewhere outside, a dog barked. I cannot publicly support your guardianship, Dumbledore said. Not yet. The political implications, a former Death Eater raising the boy who lived, would be catastrophic. The Ministry would intervene. The Wisengamot would hold hearings. The Prophet would, well, you can imagine. I don't care about the Prophet. You should. Public opinion is a weapon, and it can be wielded against you. Against Harry. Dumbledore leaned forward. But I can protect you quietly. I can ensure the Ministry doesn't come looking. I can provide resources, financial, magical, and I can keep the Order network on standby should you need it. The Order disbanded. The individuals remain. Moody. Lupin. The Weasleys. Minerva. They can be reached. Snape's lip curled. Moody would sooner curse me than help me. And Lupin, the name caught in his throat. Remus Lupin, the last of James Potter's friends. The werewolf. The man who had every reason to despise Snape and quite a few reasons Snape hadn't given him yet. Remus has a right to know about Harry, Dumbledore said gently. He was James and Lily's friend. He is, in many ways, the boy's. If Lupin wanted to be part of the boy's life, he has had 6 years to visit Privet Drive. As have you. That landed. Snape felt it like a physical blow, a sharp, accurate strike to the guilt he carried like a stone in his chest. He hadn't visited either. Not once. He'd told himself it was for Harry's safety, for his own cover, for the greater good. The same excuses Dumbledore was now apologizing for. Lucius Malfoy was here today, Snape said, changing the subject because he could not bear the previous one. Dumbledore's expression sharpened instantly. Here. At Spinner's End. He detected the ward collapse. His artifacts, dark detectors, old Death Eater instruments, picked up the signature. He came to probe. To see if I knew anything. And I deflected. But he's suspicious. He saw, Snape paused. He may have noticed signs that I'm not living alone. Dumbledore's face was grave. How much time do we have? Before he puts it together. Days, at best. Lucius is not a fool. He has resources, contacts in the Ministry, and a network of informants that rivals your own. If Harry's absence from Privet Drive becomes known, and it will, the Dursleys aren't capable of maintaining a deception, Lucius will connect it to my sudden leave of absence and the ward collapse. And then he will come for the boy. Not personally, Lucius doesn't get his hands dirty. But he will send people. The Carrows, most likely. Or hired wands. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You need to move. Spinner's End is too exposed. I know. I have a property, no. Snape's voice was flat. No properties you control. No locations you choose. I've seen how you protect people, Albus. I'll find my own safe ground. The old man absorbed this without visible reaction, but something moved behind his eyes, a recalculation, an adjustment. Snape could practically see him updating his mental model, slotting this new, defiant Snape into place alongside the old, compliant one. Very well, Dumbledore said. But take this. He reached into his robes and produced a small, smooth stone, gray, unremarkable, easily mistaken for a pebble. It's a protean charmed alarm. Squeeze it, and I will know you need help. I will come. Snape took the stone. He held it in his palm, feeling the faint warmth of the enchantment, and for a moment the anger receded and what was left was something more complicated. Dumbledore was trying. In his way, with his limitations, with all the vast machinery of his strategic mind, he was trying to help. Thank you, Snape said, and meant it. Dumbledore stood. He moved toward the fireplace, then stopped. Severus. What? How is he? Snape thought about the question. He thought about Harry eating toast, reading about dragons, asking what oscillating meant, drying dishes with careful circular motions, smiling twice in one day. "He's alive," Snape said. "For the moment, that's enough." Dumbledore nodded. He took a pinch of Floo powder, stepped into the flames, and was gone. Snape checked on Harry one last time before sitting down to plan. The boy was asleep, curled on his side, one hand tucked under his pillow. His breathing was steady. His face, in sleep, was unguarded, younger, softer, free of the watchfulness that armored it during the day. Snape stood in the doorway and watched him breathe and thought, "I have to get this right." He went downstairs, sat at the kitchen table, and pulled a map toward him. Not a Muggle map, a wizarding one, charmed to show magical locations, ward boundaries, Floo network hubs. He studied it, his mind working through possibilities. They couldn't stay at Spinner's End. Lucius knew the address. So did half the former Death Eaters in Britain. The wards Snape had built were strong but not impregnable. A coordinated assault by 4 or 5 competent wizards would breach them in minutes. He needed somewhere hidden. Somewhere off the map, with natural defensive advantages and no connection to Severus Snape or his known history. Somewhere a man and a small boy could disappear. His finger traced the coastline, moved inland, stopped. There was a place. He'd never been there, but he knew of it, a cottage in the hills of northern Wales, near Snowdonia, that had belonged to a witch named Hestia Blackwood. She'd died in the First War, one of the early casualties, and her property had fallen off the magical registry. It wasn't connected to the Floo network. It wasn't on any current maps. Snape knew about it only because he'd spent years cataloging obscure properties as potential bolt holes, part of his work for Dumbledore, part of his own paranoid preparation. If the cottage still existed, if its own ancient wards still held, it could work. He made his decision. They would leave tomorrow night, after dark. One more day at Spinner's End to prepare, to brew enough potions, to pack what they needed, to establish a Floo redirect that would lead any pursuers to an empty house. One more day. He could hold for one more day. Snape rolled up the map, extinguished the lights, and climbed the stairs. He paused at Harry's door, listening. Steady breathing. The rustle of sheets as the boy shifted in his sleep. He went to his own room, small, sparse, the bed untouched because he hadn't slept in it, and sat on the edge of the mattress. He pulled up his left sleeve and looked at the dark mark. The skull and serpent, still dark against his skin, still there after all these years. "I was on his side, once," he'd told Harry. "Before I understood what he truly was." A partial truth. The fuller truth was uglier. He'd understood perfectly well what Voldemort was. He'd joined anyway, because he was angry, because he was lost, because Lily had chosen James Potter and something inside Snape had broken and he'd filled the wound with dark magic and darker company. He'd known. And he'd done it anyway. And now he was trying to undo it. Not with spying, not with information, not with the clean, intellectual atonement Dumbledore had offered him. With this. With a boy and a bed and toast in the morning and the slow, grinding, terrifying work of being responsible for another human being. Snape pulled his sleeve down. Tomorrow they would run. Tonight, the house was safe, the boy was sleeping, and that was enough. He lay back on the bed, still dressed, his wand on his chest, and stared at the ceiling until the first grey light of dawn crept through the window and Cokeworth stirred awake around him. Chapter 3, The Ghosts of Cokeworth. The last day at Spinner's End began with rain, because Cokeworth didn't know how to do anything else in October. Snape was in the kitchen at 5 in the morning, already 3 hours into his preparations. The table was covered with vials, nutritive potion in amber bottles, bruise salve in small jars, a calming draught he'd brewed on instinct and hoped he wouldn't need. His traveling case, an old leather thing he'd had since Hogwarts, lay open on the counter, charmed with an undetectable extension to hold far more than its size suggested. Into it he'd packed potion supplies, a basic cauldron kit, enough preserved food for a week, 2 sets of blankets, Harry's new clothes, and every defensive artifact he owned. Which wasn't many. Snape had never been a collector. He had his wand, his mind, and his skills. For most of his adult life, that had been sufficient. Whether it would be sufficient for protecting a 7-year-old against the collected remnants of the Dark Lord's inner circle was a question he preferred not to examine too closely. He heard the creak on the stairs at 6:15. Harry had an internal clock that ran early, another artifact of the Dursleys, Snape suspected. Children who cooked breakfast for the family woke before the family did. "Morning," Harry said from the doorway. He was wearing the transfigured pajamas, his hair in its usual state of insurrection, his glasses on and slightly crooked. He looked at the table full of vials, at the open traveling case, at Snape's coat draped over a chair. "We're leaving," Harry said. "Not a question. Tonight. After dark. Because of the man with the blonde hair." Snape paused in the middle of stopping a vial. "You saw him?" "I looked out the window. Just for a second. He had a cane." Snape set the vial down. He should be angry. He'd told the boy to stay in his room, not to come out, and Harry had disobeyed. But the calm way Harry reported it, the precision of the observation, "he had a cane," told Snape something more important. This was a child who survived by gathering information. "You didn't punish that. You channeled it." "His name is Lucius Malfoy," Snape said. "He was a follower of Voldemort. He avoided prison by claiming he'd been controlled against his will, a lie, but a convincing one. He's wealthy, politically connected, and very intelligent. And he wants to find me." "He wants to find you," Snape confirmed. "Not to hurt you, not yet, not directly. Lucius doesn't operate that way. He wants to know where you are because knowledge is power, and Lucius Malfoy hoards power the way dragons hoard gold." Harry's eyes lit up at the word dragons. Even in the middle of a conversation about a man who might want him dead, the boy couldn't help it. Snape filed this away. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "Wales. A cottage in the mountains. It's hidden, off the maps, disconnected from the magical network. No one knows about it." "Is it safe?" "Safer than here." Harry considered this, then nodded with that solemn gravity that made him look 30 rather than 7. "Can I bring my books?" "Already packed." The boy's shoulders dropped, a release of tension Snape hadn't even noticed he was carrying. His books were safe. Therefore, the situation was manageable. Snape understood the logic perfectly. When he'd been Harry's age, the thing he couldn't bear to lose had been his mother's old potions journal, the only proof that magic was real and that escape was possible. "Breakfast," Snape said. "Then your potion. Then we have work to do." They ate porridge. Snape had learned, in 3 days, that Harry would eat anything put in front of him without complaint, a legacy of never knowing when the next meal would come. But he'd also learned that Harry had preferences, expressed obliquely, through the speed at which he ate. Porridge was middling. Toast with marmalade was fast. The chicken stew had been nearly instantaneous. After breakfast, Harry drank his nutritive potion, made the face, and said, "I think it's getting worse." "It isn't. My tongue disagrees." "Your tongue is not a qualified medical authority." Harry grinned, quick, there and gone, and Snape turned to the stove to hide the fact that he was becoming dangerously accustomed to that grin. The morning was consumed by preparations. Snape taught Harry to pack efficiently, a practical skill, presented practically, without sentiment. They sorted the boy's meager possessions, 3 sets of clothes, 5 books, the broken toy soldier from the cupboard, which Harry had been carrying in his pocket since Privet Drive and which Snape had pretended not to notice, and the pair of 2 large trainers he'd arrived in, which Harry refused to throw away. "They're rubbish," Snape said. "They're mine." There was something in the way Harry said it, a fierce, quiet possessiveness, that closed the argument. Snape packed the trainers. By midday, the traveling case was ready and the house was stripped of anything useful. Snape had cleaned his own wards, removing the personalized signatures that could be traced. He'd set up a delayed flow redirect that would activate after they left, routing any incoming flow connections to a fireplace in an abandoned pub in Glasgow. He'd rigged the front door with a mild jinx, nothing lethal, just enough to discourage casual entry and alert him remotely if someone tried. There was nothing left to do but wait. And waiting, Snape had always believed, was the most dangerous part of any operation, the time when the mind turned inward and found things it didn't want to see. Harry, apparently, had no interest in waiting. He was on the sitting room floor with the children's history of the wizarding world open in front of him, and he'd been reading for 2 hours, but now he looked up with the particular expression that Snape had come to recognize as the precursor to a difficult question. Snape. Yes. This book says my parents were killed by Voldemort on Halloween. Snape set down his quill. That's correct. It says my dad fought him first. Tried to hold him off so my mum could run. Also correct. But she didn't run. No. Harry was staring at the page, his finger resting on a paragraph Snape couldn't read from this distance. It says she died protecting me. That she stood in front of me and wouldn't move and that's why I survived. That her love, did something to his curse. Reflected it back. That is the generally accepted account, yes. Is it true? Snape closed his eyes briefly. He'd known this conversation was coming. He'd been dreading it with every fiber of his being, and he'd also known, with equal certainty, that he couldn't avoid it, because Harry deserved truth and had been given precious little of it in his life. It's true, Snape said. Your mother sacrificed herself to save you. The magic of that sacrifice, it's ancient, older than wands, older than Hogwarts, it created a protection that the killing curse couldn't penetrate. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the curse rebounded. It destroyed his body. It gave you that scar. Harry touched his forehead, fingers brushing the hidden lightning bolt. And the blood wards. At the Dursleys. Those were because of her too. Yes. Dumbledore anchored them to Petunia's blood, your mother's blood, shared through family. As long as you lived with your mother's blood relative, the protection extended. But you broke them. By taking me away. Snape looked at the boy. Harry wasn't accusing, his voice was level, curious, working through the logic the way he worked through everything, piece by piece. I did, Snape said. So I'm less safe now. In one specific way, yes. The passive blood protection is gone. But Harry, Snape leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. Protection that requires you to be abused is not protection. A shield that demands your suffering as fuel is not worth having. Your mother didn't die so that you could be locked in a cupboard. Harry was quiet for a long time. His finger was still on the page. When he finally spoke, his voice was very small. What was she like? Not just nice. What was she actually like? Snape sat back. He looked at the ceiling, at the water stain that had been there since he was 12, and let the memories come. Not the painful ones, not the last ones, but the earlier ones. The real ones. She was fierce, he said. People remember her as kind, and she was kind, but underneath the kindness there was steel. She didn't tolerate cruelty. Not from anyone, not for any reason. I once saw her hex a boy twice her size because he was tormenting a first-year's cat. She was 12. He paused. She was brilliant at charms, the best in our year. She could make things fly and dance and sing. She used to enchant paper cranes and send them around the common room. She was terrible at divination and didn't care. She laughed a lot. She laughed at things that weren't funny because she decided they were funny and that was enough. Harry was leaning forward, his book forgotten, his eyes wide. She had a temper, Snape continued. Most people didn't see it, but it was there. When she was angry, her magic would react, sparks in her hair, objects vibrating on shelves. She once shattered every window in the potions classroom because Professor Slughorn gave me credit for a draft she'd brewed. A smile ghosted across Harry's face. She broke the windows. All 14 of them. Slughorn was delighted. He said it was the most impressive display of accidental magic he'd seen from a 6th year. Snape's mouth twitched. Your mother was unimpressed. She said it wasn't accidental, she'd meant to do it, and she'd do it again. Harry laughed. It was the first time Snape had heard him laugh, a real laugh, surprised and bright, a sound that rang through the dusty sitting room of Spinner's End like a bell. Snape heard it and something in his chest split open, and for a terrible, wonderful moment he was back on the riverbank, 15 years old, listening to Lily laugh at something stupid he'd said, and the world was possible. She sounds amazing, Harry said. She was. I wish I remembered her. You were 15 months old. There's no reason you would. Sometimes, Harry said, very carefully, as if confessing something fragile, I dream about green light. And someone screaming. I think it might be her. Snape's hands clenched in his lap. He kept his face still. It's possible. Memory works strangely, especially magical memory. Very young children can retain impressions, not images, not words, but sensations. The green light would have been the curse. And the screaming? Yes. Harry looked down at his book. He traced the edge of the page with his finger, back and forth, a self-soothing gesture Snape had noticed him doing when he was processing something difficult. You said you were friends with her, Harry said. But you also said you were on Voldemort's side. How does that work? This was the question Snape had been circling for 3 days. The question he couldn't answer fully without destroying whatever fragile trust the boy had placed in him. He could lie. He could deflect. He could say it's complicated and change the subject. He chose something harder. He chose a partial truth, the largest part he could manage. It doesn't work, Snape said. That's the point. I can't make it make sense because it didn't make sense. I was young and angry and I wanted power because I'd never had any. Voldemort offered power. Your mother tried to warn me, she saw what was happening, she begged me to walk away, and I didn't listen. I chose wrong. I lost her. He paused. Not just lost her friendship. I said something to her, something cruel, something I can never take back, and she was done with me. Rightly so. What did you say? Something I won't repeat. Not because you can't handle it, but because it was the worst thing I've ever done, and I won't give it more life by saying it again. Harry studied him. The boy's gaze was uncomfortably penetrating for someone who'd been alive for less than a decade. But you came to save me, Harry said. Because of her. Yes. So the bad thing you did, you're trying to fix it. I can't fix it. She's dead. There is no fixing that. But I can. Snape's voice caught, and he hated himself for it, hated the rawness, the exposure. I can try to honor what she would have wanted. She would have wanted you safe. She would have wanted you loved. The word hung in the air between them, loved, awkward and enormous, and Snape immediately wished he could recall it, because he was not a man who used that word, had not used it in years, and the weight of it was unbearable. Harry didn't seem to notice the awkwardness. Or maybe he did notice and chose to let it pass. Either way, he simply nodded, picked up his book, and said, Can you tell me more? About her? Later, I mean. Not all at once. Just, sometimes. Sometimes, Snape agreed, and his voice was almost normal again. The afternoon darkened early, the way October afternoons do in the north of England, daylight retreating as though chased, the sky going from grey to charcoal to something close to black by 4:30. Snape lit the lamps with a flick of his wand and checked the wards. Nothing. The perimeter was quiet. No magical signatures within detection range. He allowed himself a fraction of relief and immediately distrusted it. At 5 o'clock, Harry was reading in the sitting room and Snape was in the kitchen, finalizing the last batch of potions for travel, when the boy appeared in the doorway with a question on his face that was different from the usual ones. Hesitant. Almost afraid. Snape. Yes. Can I ask you something? You've been asking me things continuously for 3 days. I see no reason to stop now. This is different. Snape stoppered the vial he was holding and gave the boy his full attention. Harry fidgeted. He twisted the hem of his jumper in his fingers, another self-soothing gesture, another tell. At the Dursleys. When I did something wrong. Or when strange things happened. Uncle Vernon said I was a freak. He said the magic, he didn't call it magic, he called it, that nonsense, he said it meant I was wrong. Broken. That my parents were freaks too and that's why they died. Snape's knuckles went white around the vial. He said normal people don't do those things. And I believed him because the things just happened, I couldn't control them, and they always made everything worse. Things would fly off shelves, or I'd end up on the school roof, or Dudley's hair would change color, and every time Uncle Vernon would, he stopped. His hand went to his ribs, unconsciously, protectively, the ghost of a memory written in his body. Am I? Harry whispered. A freak? Snape set the vial down very carefully, because his hand was shaking and he would not drop it. He crossed the kitchen and crouched down in front of Harry, which he'd done several times now and which still felt foreign, Severus Snape, who towered over people by design, who used height and posture as weapons, deliberately making himself small. Look at me, he said. Harry looked. You are not a freak. You are not broken. You are not wrong. What you can do, the things that happened, the accidental magic, that is part of who you are. It is your birthright. Your mother could do it. I can do it. Every witch and wizard alive started exactly the way you did, magic leaking out at the edges, beyond control, wild and frightening and wonderful. Harry's eyes were bright. He blinked fast. Your uncle called you a freak because he was afraid, Snape said. Afraid of what he didn't understand. Afraid that the world was bigger and stranger than the tiny box he'd built around himself. That is his failure. His smallness. Not yours. But I can't control it, you will learn. That's what Hogwarts is for. That's what I'm for. A tear slipped down Harry's cheek. He wiped it away quickly, roughly, embarrassed. Another learned behavior, the shame of crying, the knowledge that tears meant weakness and weakness meant pain. There is no shame in crying, Snape said, and meant it, and was vaguely astonished at himself for meaning it. Not here. Not with me. Harry's face crumpled. He didn't sob, he wasn't a child who knew how to sob freely, who had ever been given permission to cry without consequences, but tears ran down his face in silence, and his thin shoulders shook, and after a moment he stepped forward and pressed his face against Snape's chest. Snape froze. He stood there, crouched in his kitchen, with a crying child against him, and he had absolutely no idea what to do with his hands. His entire body was rigid, locked in the paralysis of a man who had not been touched voluntarily by another human being in years. He could feel the boy's heartbeat through his shirt, fast, frightened, the heartbeat of a small animal that had finally stopped running. Slowly, so slowly, as though moving through something thick and resistant, Snape raised his hands and put them on Harry's back. He held him. Awkwardly, stiffly, without grace or practice. He held a child in his kitchen while the rain battered the windows and the potions cooled on the counter and the afternoon died outside. He held him until the shaking stopped, until the tears slowed, until Harry's breathing evened out and the small body went slack with exhaustion. Sorry, Harry mumbled against Snape's shirt. Don't be. I got your shirt wet. I have others. Harry pulled back. His eyes were red, his face blotchy, his glasses smeared. He looked, for the first time since Snape had found him, like an actual 7-year-old, messy, overwhelmed, unguarded. "Thanks," Harry said. "For that." Snape nodded. He didn't trust his voice. Harry went back to the sitting room. A few minutes later, Snape heard the rustle of pages turning. The boy was reading again, his retreat, his safe harbor, the place he went when the world was too much. Snape understood that too. He stood in the kitchen with his back against the counter and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. He did not cry. But it was a near thing, nearer than it had been in a very long time. The hours crawled toward dark. Snape used them. He wrote 3 letters, one to McGonagall with a forwarding address that was actually a dead drop, one to Gringotts about the Potter Vault, because the boy would need money, and there was money waiting for him, and one to a contact in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, not someone he trusted, exactly, but someone who owed him a favor and could quietly confirm whether any guardianship proceedings had been initiated. He also brewed a last batch of pepper-up potion, because the cottage in Wales would be cold and he suspected the heating charms would need work. At 6, he cooked dinner. Soup this time, thick, simple, warming. Harry ate 2 bowls, took his nutritive potion with the now ritual face of disgust, and helped with the dishes without being asked. They stood side by side at the sink, the tall dark man and the small dark-haired boy, and Snape thought, with a clarity that startled him, this is what it could have been. If he'd been different. If he'd been better. If Lily had, he cut the thought off. That way lay madness, and he couldn't afford madness. Not tonight. "We leave at 9, Snape said, drying his hands. "It will be dark. We'll apparate to a point near the cottage and walk the rest of the way. The walk will be about a mile, uphill, in the dark. Can you manage that?" "I can manage," Harry said, with a firmness that belied his size. "Good. Wear the warmest clothes I gave you. Layers." "Snape." "What? Will we come back here?" Snape looked around the kitchen. The cracked tiles. The stained ceiling. The cupboards his father had kicked in during one of his rages, never repaired. The house where he'd been miserable for 18 years, where he'd returned out of inertia and self-punishment, where the ghosts of Tobias and Eileen Snape still lingered in the wallpaper. "No," he said. "I don't think we will." "Okay," Harry said, and there was no sadness in it, because neither of them had anything to mourn in this house. It was a place they were leaving, not a place they were losing. At 7:30, Snape made his final pass through the house. He checked every ward, every alarm, every redirect. He packed the last of the potions. He shrunk the traveling case to pocket size and placed it in his coat. He extinguished every lamp. Spinner's End went dark. It looked like what it was, an empty house on a dying street, holding nothing of value. At 9:15, the ward screamed. Not the subtle pulse from Lucius's visit, a full alarm, sharp and shrieking, tearing through Snape's nervous system like electricity. Multiple signatures. 3, 4, 5 magical presences, approaching fast from the north end of the street, moving in a formation that was unmistakably tactical. Snape's wand was in his hand before the alarm had finished its first pulse. "Harry!" He was already moving, to the sitting room, where the boy was pulling on his coat, wide-eyed but not panicking. Good. The boy didn't panic. He'd been trained out of panic by people who didn't deserve the credit. Change of plan. "We go now." "The back door, no. They'll have the perimeter covered." "We go the way we practiced." They hadn't practiced. But Snape had explained the emergency apparition procedure that morning. Hold on, don't let go, close your eyes, and Harry had absorbed it with the quiet intensity he gave everything. The front door blew inward. Not the jinx Snape had set, that had already been dismantled, cleanly, professionally. The door came off its hinges in a shower of splinters and cold air, and through the gap came a curse that hit the far wall and blasted a crater in the plaster. Snape shoved Harry behind the sofa, raised a shield charm, and fired back, not a stunner, not a disarmer, but a blasting curse aimed at the doorframe. The frame exploded outward. He heard a shout, a curse, the sound of someone being hit by debris. Snape! A voice from outside, rough, unfamiliar. We know you've got the boy. Hand him over and this doesn't have to get messy. Snape's lip curled. It already is. He grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him toward the kitchen. Behind them, another curse punched through the sitting room window, showering glass across the floor. A second hit the bookshelf, sending volumes cascading down in an avalanche of paper and binding. In the kitchen, Snape kicked the back door open. The alley behind the house was dark, narrow, walled on both sides. His detection wards told him, they had seconds before the perimeter closed. Two figures at the end of the alley. Cloaked, masked. Not Death Eater masks, makeshift, scarves pulled across faces. Hired wands, then. Not inner circle. Lucius had outsourced. Snape hit the first one with a body bind that dropped him like a felled tree. The second one got a shield up, blocked Snape's stunner, and fired back, a jet of red light that Snape sidestepped with the economy of motion that came from dueling practice and real combat experience. He couldn't fight and hold Harry. He needed space, 10 seconds of clear ground, enough to disapparate. Hold on to me, Snape said. Now. Harry grabbed his coat. Snape raised his wand and did something he'd never done in combat, he cast a Patronus. Not for protection. For distraction. The silver form that burst from his wand was a doe. She blazed through the dark alley, incandescent, trailing light like a comet, and the hired wands flinched, instinctively, overwhelmed by the sudden brilliance. Even the one on the ground, frozen in the body bind, seemed to recoil. 1 second of distraction. Snape took it. He turned on the spot and the world compressed. He felt Harry's grip tighten, felt the boy's face press against his side, felt the awful squeezing pressure of apparition, and then they were gone, leaving behind an empty alley, a blazing silver doe that faded like mist, and a house full of broken glass and splintered wood. They landed in darkness. Wet grass. Wind. The smell of heather and rain and stone. Snape staggered. The apparition had been long-range, wails from Cokeworth, and even for a skilled wizard, that was a stretch. Harry stumbled against him, gasping. We're safe. For now. They were on a hillside. The ground sloped upward into blackness, and somewhere above them, barely visible against the cloud-heavy sky, the outline of a structure hunched against the ridge. The cottage. Snape checked Harry. The boy was pale, shaking, cold and adrenaline, not injury. His glasses were askew but intact. His hands were fisted in Snape's coat and showed no sign of letting go. Can you walk? Yeah. It's uphill. Stay close. They climbed. The ground was rough, tussock grass, loose stone, heather that grabbed at their ankles. The wind was sharp and wet and carried the smell of the mountains. Harry walked without complaint, his breathing hard but steady, his small feet finding purchase on the uncertain ground with a determination that had nothing to do with physical strength and everything to do with the particular stubbornness of children who have survived things they shouldn't have had to survive. The cottage materialized out of the dark as they crested the ridge. It was stone, thick-walled, low-roofed, built to withstand Welsh winters. 1 chimney. 2 windows, dark. A wooden door with iron hardware, green with age. The wards that surrounded it were old, Snape could feel them, different from anything he'd built, layered with magic that predated modern technique. They were dormant but intact, sleeping like an animal in its den. Snape pressed his palm against the door. The wood was cold, damp. He pushed his magic into the old wards, searching for the key. Every warded property had one, a resonance, a frequency that opened the defenses to a new occupant. He found it. The wards recognized his magic, not personally, but categorically. Wizard. No hostile intent. Seeking shelter. The door clicked and swung inward. Inside, the air was stale but dry. Snape lit his wand and the light revealed a single large room, kitchen and living space combined, a fireplace built into the far wall, a staircase leading up to what must be bedrooms. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs, undisturbed for years. But the structure was sound. The roof was intact. The fireplace, when Snape sent a testing spark into it, drew clean. "Right," Snape said, lowering Harry onto a dusty chair. "This will need work." He spent the next hour bringing the cottage back to life. Cleaning charms first, sweeping the dust and cobwebs away, scouring the surfaces, freshening the air. Then fire, a proper one, would conjured and lit, filling the room with warmth and flickering light. He checked the upstairs, 2 bedrooms, small, furnished with basic beds and wardrobes. He cleaned them, freshened the mattresses, conjured blankets. He reactivated the old wards and layered his own on top. Detection charms, anti-apparition fields, concealment work. The cottage, already hidden, became invisible, a blind spot on the magical landscape, a place that simply wasn't there. When he came back downstairs, Harry was asleep in the chair. The boy had curled up, feet tucked under him, head resting against the wing of the chair. His glasses were crooked. His coat was still on. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, his face pale in the firelight, but peaceful. Safer than he'd been at Spinner's End. Safer than he'd been at Privet Drive. Snape stood by the fire and looked at the sleeping child and thought about what had just happened. The attack on Spinner's End had been fast. Coordinated. Professional. That wasn't Lucius acting on a hunch, that was Lucius acting on intelligence. Someone had confirmed Harry's location. Someone had told Lucius that Snape had the boy. Who? The Dursleys were the obvious answer. Petunia could have contacted someone, not Lucius directly, but the chain didn't need to be direct. If the Dursleys had talked to anyone at all, about the strange man who'd taken their nephew, the information could have filtered into magical channels. Mundungus Fletcher haunted the edges of both worlds. A Ministry employee with Death Eater sympathies might have caught wind. Information moved through the wizarding world like water through cracks, you could never fully seal it. Or, and this was the thought that sat in Snape's stomach like a stone, Dumbledore had told someone. Not intentionally, not maliciously, but the old man had a network. People reported to him. He reported to people. A careless word to the wrong member of the order, a mention to someone he trusted who shouldn't be trusted, and the information was loose. Or Lucius had simply done the math. Ward collapse in Surrey plus Snape's sudden absence from Hogwarts plus the plate on the side table equaled a conclusion that didn't require genius to reach. It didn't matter how. What mattered was that they'd found him once, and they would try again. Snape retrieved the protean charmed stone Dumbledore had given him. He held it in his palm, feeling its warmth, weighing the decision. He squeezed it. Nothing visible happened. No flash, no sound. But Snape felt the charm activate, a pulse of magic that traveled out from the stone, through whatever network Dumbledore had established, carrying a simple message, I need you. Then he put the stone in his pocket, picked up Harry as carefully as he could, the boy stirred, murmured something incoherent, but didn't wake, and carried him upstairs. Harry weighed almost nothing. That was the thing that hit Snape as he climbed the narrow stairs with the boy in his arms, the sheer lack of weight. 7 years old and he weighed what a 5-year-old should. Snape could feel every rib through the coat. The boy's head lolled against his shoulder, his breath warm against Snape's neck, his fingers loosely gripping the collar of Snape's coat even in sleep. Snape laid him on the bed in the smaller bedroom. Removed his shoes. Pulled the blanket over him. Left the wandlit lamp burning on the bedside table. He stood in the doorway and allowed himself 10 seconds of something that felt dangerously close to tenderness, and then he went back downstairs to wait. Dumbledore arrived 90 minutes later. Not through the floor, the cottage wasn't connected to the network, but through the front door, having apparently apparat to the general area and walked the rest. He knocked, which Snape appreciated. Snape opened the door, wand ready, and confirmed it was actually Dumbledore by asking him what flavor of jam he'd offered Snape during their first meeting at Hogwarts. "Gooseberry," Dumbledore said. "You declined." The old man looked haggard. His robes were travel-stained, his beard windblown, and his eyes, behind the spectacles, carried a weight that hadn't been there 2 days ago. "You used the stone," Dumbledore said, stepping inside. "What happened?" 5 attackers. Hired wands, not inner circle. They hit Spinner's End at 9:15. They knew Harry was there. Dumbledore's face went very still. "Casualties?" "1 down, body bind. The rest intact. I got Harry out." "Where are we?" "Snowdonia. A cottage belonging to the late Hestia Blackwood. Off registry, unconnected, warded independently." Dumbledore looked around the cottage, the clean-swept room, the fire, the remnants of Snape's hasty domestication. "You've done well. I've done what was necessary. Which brings me to why I summoned you." Snape sat down at the rough wooden table that served as the cottage's dining surface. "Lucius moved faster than I anticipated. He had intelligence, not just suspicion. Someone told him." Dumbledore sat across from him. His long fingers steepled in front of his face, a gesture Snape had seen 1,000 times in the headmaster's office, always preceding either a revelation or a deflection. "I may know how," Dumbledore said. Snape waited. "Mundungus Fletcher." Dumbledore said the name with the specific weariness of a man who had been let down by the same person too many times. "He was in Little Whinging 2 days ago. I'd sent him to observe the Dursley house after the wards fell, to ensure there was no immediate threat. He reported back to me that the house was intact and the Dursleys were, agitated but unharmed. And then, I suspect, he went to a pub and talked. Mundungus has many virtues, but discretion is not among them. If he mentioned the ward collapse to the wrong person, and Mundungus knows many wrong persons, it could have reached Malfoy's network within hours." Snape's jaw tightened. "You sent Mundungus Fletcher to guard the most sensitive location in Wizarding Britain." "I sent him to observe, not guard. And I acknowledge the error. The error nearly got Harry killed." Dumbledore didn't flinch this time. He absorbed the accusation with the heavy stillness of a man who was carrying it, adding it to the growing weight of his mistakes. "What do you need from me, Severus?" Snape had thought about this. He'd been thinking about it since the alley behind Spinner's End, since the curses and the shattering glass and the look on Harry's face, not panic, not tears, just that terrible calm, that readiness to endure whatever came. "3 things, Snape said. "First, seal the leak. Fletcher talks to no one about Harry. No one. If he can't be trusted with silence, obliviate him." "Agreed." "Second, I need legal standing. If the ministry comes looking, if Lucius uses his political connections to initiate a search for Harry, I need documentation establishing me as Harry's guardian. Magical guardianship, recognized by the Wisengamot." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "That will be complicated. Your history, I'm aware of my history. Find a way. It would require a sponsor. Someone with political standing willing to vouch for you. Then find a sponsor." Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Minerva might. She doesn't like you, but she has principles, and she'd be horrified by what was done to the boy. If I explained the full situation." "Then explain it." "Third." Snape hesitated. This was the one that cost him. The one that required him to admit he couldn't do this alone, that the defenses he'd built, the skills he had, the walls he'd constructed around himself and Harry weren't enough. "I need people," he said. "Not many. A small number I can trust, actually trust, not Dumbledore trust, where you deploy people like chess pieces and hope they survive. People who will protect Harry because he matters, not because he's strategically valuable. Dumbledore studied him. You're describing the Order. I'm describing individuals within the Order. Not the organization. I will not have Harry's safety dependent on a committee. Who did you have in mind? Snape took a breath. Moody, if he can be convinced not to curse me on sight. He's paranoid, but his paranoia is an asset when it comes to security. He paused. And Lupin. The name hung between them. Remus, Dumbledore said softly. He was their friend. Potter's and Lily's. He has a right to know what's happened to their son. And he has, Snape's mouth twisted, as though the words tasted bad. He has skills. Combat experience. A connection to the boy's parents that I cannot provide. You dislike him. I dislike most people. That is not a relevant criterion. Dumbledore almost smiled. Almost. I will reach out to both of them. It may take time, Remus has been difficult to locate lately. But I will find him. Do it quickly. Lucius won't stop. Tonight was a probe, hired wands, deniable assets. The next attempt will be more serious. Dumbledore nodded. He rose, and for a moment he looked around the cottage again, the stone walls, the low ceiling, the fire burning in the hearth, the narrow stairs leading up to where Harry slept. You've built something here, Severus, he said. In 3 days. Something I failed to build in 6 years. Don't sentimentalize it. I'm keeping a child alive. That's the bare minimum. Sometimes the bare minimum is everything. Dumbledore left through the front door, pulling his cloak around him against the Welsh wind. Snape watched him go, a tall, stooped figure dissolving into the darkness of the hillside, and then closed the door, bolted it, and reactivated every ward. He checked on Harry. The boy was still asleep, hadn't stirred through any of it. His breathing was slow and even, his face slack, his hand curled loosely around the broken toy soldier he'd pulled from his pocket before falling asleep. Snape picked up the soldier. One arm missing, paint chipped, a cheap plastic thing from a bargain bin. It was, he suspected, the only toy Harry had ever been given, or more likely, scavenged from Dudley's discarded heap. He set it back in Harry's hand and went downstairs. The fire was burning low. Snape added wood, stoked the flames, and sat in the chair closest to the hearth. The cottage settled around him, creaking beams, wind in the chimney, the distant sound of rain on stone. It was, despite everything, almost peaceful. The wards hummed at the edge of his awareness, concentric rings of protection, and beyond them there was nothing, just the mountains and the dark and the vast indifference of the Welsh landscape. He was tired. Bone tired, the kind of exhaustion that went deeper than sleep deprivation and lived in the marrow. 3 days of constant vigilance, of ward building and potion brewing and combat and the relentless emotional labor of caring for a traumatized child. He hadn't slept more than 2 hours total since Tuesday. But his mind wouldn't quiet. It kept circling back to the attack, the speed of it, the coordination. And to Lucius's visit the day before, that polished, probing conversation. One might think you were protecting something. Lucius knew. Maybe not the full picture, not yet, but he had enough pieces to start building one. And Lucius Malfoy with a partial picture was more dangerous than most people with a complete one, because he would fill in the gaps with intelligence and intuition and the ruthless, patient logic of a man who had been playing power games since before Snape was born. The next move would come from the political side. Snape was sure of it. Lucius wouldn't send hired wands again, the failure at Spinner's End would have embarrassed him, and Lucius Malfoy did not enjoy embarrassment. He would pivot to the arena where he was strongest, the Ministry, the Wisengamot, the Daily Prophet. He would ask questions. File inquiries. Raise concerns about the welfare of the boy who lived. He would position himself as a concerned citizen, a pillar of the community, a man who only wanted to ensure that Harry Potter was safe and properly cared for. And the answer to those questions, that Harry Potter was in the custody of a former Death Eater living in an unregistered cottage in the Welsh mountains, would not play well. Snape needed to get ahead of it. He needed the legal guardianship. He needed allies. He needed, God help him, a story that the public would accept. He pulled parchment toward him and began to write. Not letters this time, plans. Contingencies. Escape routes from the cottage, mapped to 5 different apparition points. A list of people who might be willing to testify to his character, which was a short list, and a list of people who would actively work against him, which was considerably longer. And at the bottom of the parchment, in small, precise handwriting, a single line that was not a plan or a contingency but something closer to a resolution: he will not go back. Whatever it costs. He will not go back. The fire crackled. The wind blew. The wards held. Snape rode until dawn, and when the first grey light came through the cottage windows, he went upstairs and stood in Harry's doorway and watched the boy sleep in a bed that was safe, in a house that was hidden, on a mountain that didn't care about prophecies or dark lords or the failures of the adults who were supposed to protect children. The boy slept, and Snape kept watch, and that was enough for now. It would have to be. Chapter 4, Blood and Loyalty. They settled into the cottage the way animals settle into a den, warily, testing the boundaries, learning the shape of safety. The first 3 days in Wales blurred together in a haze of cleaning, warding, and the slow work of making a stone box on a mountainside feel like something a person could live in. Snape attacked the project with the methodical intensity he brought to everything, transfiguring rough furniture into something functional, stocking the kitchen through a series of carefully anonymized owl orders routed through 3 different post offices, and layering the cottage's ancient wards with his own until the magical defenses were dense enough to give him a headache if he thought about them too hard. Harry helped. He swept floors without being asked. He organized the books Snape had packed, arranging them on the cottage's single bookshelf in a system that made no apparent sense until Snape realized the boy had sorted them by the color of their spines, which was, Snape had to admit, visually effective, if academically useless. That's not how books are organized, Snape said, standing behind him. It's how I organize them. They should be sorted by subject. Potions here, theory here, history here. But then the shelf looks boring. Snape opened his mouth, closed it, and walked away. The books stayed sorted by color. By the 4th day, they had something approaching a routine. Mornings, breakfast, nutritive potion. Harry's face of disgust had evolved into a theatrical performance involving his entire body, which Snape suspected was at least partly for his benefit, and lessons. Snape had begun teaching Harry to read at a level appropriate to his intelligence rather than his age, which meant that by day 4 the boy had burned through the children's history and was asking questions about the statute of secrecy that would have been sharp coming from a first year. Afternoons, practical magic. Not wand magic. Harry didn't have a wand and wouldn't for 4 more years, but the theory behind it. How magic worked. What it was. Why some people had it and others didn't. Snape drew diagrams on scraps of parchment and explained magical principles the way he wished someone had explained them to him, clearly, precisely, without the mystical hand-waving that passed for pedagogy at Hogwarts. Harry absorbed it all. He was, Snape was forced to acknowledge, frighteningly intelligent. Not in the flashy, performative way that Snape associated with precocious children, not Hermione Granger, whose future arrival at Hogwarts Snape could already predict and dread, but in a quiet, deep way. Harry listened. He processed. He asked the exact question that cut to the heart of whatever Snape was explaining, and he remembered everything. "You have your mother's mind," Snape said once, without thinking, and then wished he hadn't because Harry's face did the thing it did whenever Lily was mentioned, a complicated bloom of longing and grief that no 7-year-old should be capable of. Evenings, Snape brewed. Harry watched, or read, or sat by the fire and drew pictures of dragons on spare parchment. They ate dinner together at the rough table and Snape found himself talking, actually talking, not lecturing or deflecting or deploying silence as a weapon, but having conversations with a child about things that weren't urgent or strategic or painful. Harry wanted to know about Quidditch. About magical creatures. About whether ghosts were real and if so, were they scary. About whether Hogwarts had a library and how big it was. Massive, Snape said. Thousands of books. Thousands. Possibly tens of thousands. I've never counted. I'm going to read them all. That would take approximately 400 years. Then I'll start early. It was, Snape realized with a jolt of something that might have been alarm, the closest thing to domestic happiness he'd ever experienced. And it terrified him, because happiness was a thing he'd learned long ago to distrust. Happiness was what you felt right before everything went wrong. On the fifth morning, everything went wrong. It started with the Daily Prophet. Snape had arranged for a subscription under a false name, delivered by an owl he'd hired from a public post in Holyhead, a chain of anonymity that should have been untraceable. The owl arrived at dawn, dropping the paper on the kitchen windowsill with a businesslike hoot before flapping away into the grey Welsh sky. Snape unrolled the paper, expecting the usual ministry drivel. What he got was a front-page headline in letters large enough to read from across the room, "Boy who lived, missing." Ministry sources confirm Harry Potter no longer at known residence. Wisengamot member calls for investigation. Snape read the article standing at the kitchen window, his tea cooling untouched in his hand. It was exactly what he'd predicted, almost word for word. An anonymous source had alerted the prophet that Harry Potter was no longer residing with his Muggle relatives. The source expressed grave concern for the boy's welfare. A statement from the office of Lucius Malfoy, not Lucius himself, of course, but an aide speaking on his behalf, called for the ministry to launch an immediate investigation into the boy's whereabouts and the circumstances of his disappearance. Dumbledore was quoted as saying the situation was being handled privately, and that Harry was safe and well cared for, which was both unhelpful and provocative, because it confirmed the disappearance without explaining it. The article didn't mention Snape. Not by name, not by implication. Lucius was playing it carefully, establishing public concern, positioning himself as a responsible voice, building pressure without revealing what he actually knew. He was preparing the ground. When the time came to name Snape, the public would already be primed to be outraged. It was, Snape had to admit, beautifully done. What's that? Harry was at the kitchen doorway, still in pajamas, hair wild. He was looking at the paper in Snape's hand. Snape folded it. The newspaper. Can I see? No. Why? Because it contains nothing useful and a great deal that is aggravating. Harry's eyes narrowed. He'd learned, in 5 days, to read Snape's deflections, to hear the tension underneath the flatness, to see the tightness in his jaw that meant something was wrong. Is it about me? Harry asked. Snape looked at the boy. Lying would be easy. Lying was always easy. But he'd promised himself, not explicitly, not in words, but in the space between his actions, that he would not lie to this child. Not about the things that mattered. Yes, he said. People have noticed you're missing from your aunt's house. There are questions being asked. The blonde man. Malfoy. Among others. Harry crossed the kitchen and climbed onto his chair. He sat with his hands in his lap, his face composed in that too-old expression. What happens if they find me? They won't. But what if they do? Snape set the paper down and sat across from him. If they do, which they won't, the worst-case scenario is a legal battle. People arguing in front of a court about where you should live. I would argue you should stay with me. Others would argue differently. Would I get to say where I want to live? In theory. In practice, the wizarding legal system gives limited weight to the preferences of minors. That's stupid. On that, we agree. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, Snape. If there's going to be a legal battle. Won't people ask about your arm? Snape went still. The mark, Harry said. The one you said was from when you made bad choices. If people know about it, won't they say you shouldn't have me? The boy was 7. 7 years old, and he'd cut through the political complexity to the exact vulnerability that Snape had been losing sleep over. The dark mark. The indelible proof that Severus Snape had been a Death Eater. In any custody proceeding, any public debate, any legal challenge, it would be the first thing raised and the last thing answered. Yes, Snape said. They will say that. And what will you say? I will say that what I was does not determine what I am. That people are capable of change. That my actions since the Dark Lord's fall, my years of service to Dumbledore, my work at Hogwarts, demonstrate that change. Will they believe you? Some will. Some won't. Harry nodded slowly. He was thinking, Snape could see it happening, the gears turning, the pieces being arranged. I'll tell them, Harry said. Tell them what? That you're good. That you came and got me. That nobody else did, not the beard man, not anyone, just you. Something lodged in Snape's throat. He swallowed it. That, he said, may actually help. Harry almost smiled, that flickering, uncertain thing, and then reached for the toast. The morning continued. But the Prophet article had shifted something. The clock was ticking, and Snape could hear it. He spent the morning reinforcing wards while Harry read in the sitting room. Around midday, an owl arrived, not the subscription owl, but a tawny, unfamiliar bird carrying a letter sealed with purple wax. Snape checked it for hexes, found none, and broke the seal. Dumbledore's handwriting, cramped and hurried. Severus, Lucius has filed a formal inquiry with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement regarding Harry's whereabouts. Amelia Bones is handling it personally, a good sign, as she is fair-minded and not in Lucius's pocket. However, she will want answers, and soon. I have spoken with Minerva. She is, as predicted, furious about the boy's treatment and willing to support guardianship. She wants to meet Harry. More urgently, I have located Remus. He is in the north, I won't commit details to paper. He has agreed to come. He will arrive at the cottage within 2 days. Please try not to hex him. The political situation is accelerating. Lucius has been making inquiries through the Wisengamot about irregular custody arrangements involving persons of questionable background. He hasn't named you yet, but the implication is clear. We need to move faster than I'd hoped. Use the stone if you need me. A.D. Snape read the letter twice, burned it, and vanished the ashes. Lupin was coming. That was its own problem, but a manageable one. The legal situation was the real threat. Lucius was building a case, brick by careful brick, and the foundation was Snape's past. Every brick had a name, Death Eater. Dark Mark. Former associate of Voldemort. Unmarried. No experience with children. Living in an unregistered location. On paper, Snape was the worst possible guardian for Harry Potter, and Lucius would make sure the paper was the only thing anyone saw. He needed to control the narrative. Which meant he needed to talk to Amelia Bones before Lucius did. But first, there was a more immediate problem. One that had been building since the night at Spinner's End and that Snape had been avoiding with the dedication of a man who knew that some detonations couldn't be controlled. It happened that afternoon. Harry had been reading the Hogwarts history book, his current favorite, when he set it down with a careful, deliberate motion that Snape recognized as the precursor to something difficult. Snape. Yes. This book talks about the First War. Against Voldemort. It does. It mentions the Death Eaters. His followers. It says they, Harry paused, choosing his words. It says they tortured people. Killed people. Muggles and wizards. It says they did it because they believed pureblood wizards were better than everyone else. Snape set down his quill. That is an accurate summary. You were one of them. Yes. Did you? Harry's voice was very steady, but his hands were clenched around the book. Did you do those things? Torture people? Kill people? The question fell into the room like a stone into water. Ripples spreading outward, touching everything. Snape had known this was coming. He'd rehearsed answers, partial truths, carefully constructed narratives that acknowledged his past without exposing its full ugliness. He could say I was a spy. He could say I only did what was necessary to maintain my cover. He could say it was complicated and rely on the boy's age to excuse the vagueness. He looked at Harry. At those green eyes, Lily's eyes, watching him with an intensity that demanded truth. Yes, Snape said. Harry flinched. It was small, a micro-movement, a tightening of the shoulders, but Snape saw it, and it cut deeper than any curse he'd ever taken. I was not present at the worst of it, Snape continued, because stopping now would be worse than continuing. My role was primarily intelligence. Potions. Research. I was not one of the ones who, he stopped. He was making excuses. He could hear himself making excuses, and the sound disgusted him. He started again. I stood in rooms where terrible things happened and I did not stop them. I brewed potions that were used to hurt people. I carried information that led to people being found and killed. I did not pull the trigger, but I loaded the gun and handed it over and watched it be fired. The distinction is real, but it is not as large as I would like it to be. Harry was staring at him. The book had slipped from his hands onto the floor. His face was pale, his jaw tight, and in his eyes Snape saw something that made his stomach drop, not fear, but something worse. Reassessment. The boy was looking at him and recalculating everything, reevaluating every kindness, every moment of safety, every promise, through the lens of this new information. Why? Harry whispered. Why did I join? Why did you do it? If you knew it was wrong, and you must have known, why didn't you stop? Snape could give him the easy answer, I was young, I was foolish, I was manipulated. All true. All insufficient. Because I was a coward, Snape said. The word sat in the air between them, ugly and honest. I was 17 when I took the mark. I was angry, at the world, at myself, at people who had hurt me. Voldemort offered me a place. A purpose. Power. And by the time I understood what I'd signed up for, what it truly meant, what it cost, I was in too deep. Leaving meant death. Not metaphorical death, actual death. The Dark Lord did not permit resignations. But you did leave. Eventually. I went to Dumbledore. After, his voice caught. He forced it onward. After I learned that Voldemort was going to kill your mother. I went to Dumbledore and I begged him to protect her. I offered to do anything, spy, fight, die, if he would save her. He couldn't. But I stayed on his side after she died. I've been on his side ever since. Harry was processing. Snape could see it, the rapid, intense computation behind those green eyes, the child's mind working through the information, testing it against what he knew, looking for contradictions and hidden dangers. You didn't care about my dad, Harry said. You only went to Dumbledore because of my mum. It wasn't a question. It was a deduction, and it was correct, and Snape had no defense against it. That's right. What about all the other people Voldemort was going to kill? The ones who weren't my mum? Snape said nothing. There was nothing to say. The boy had found the ugliest truth, that Snape's defection had been selfish, that he'd served evil contentedly until evil threatened the one person he cared about, that every other victim had been acceptable collateral until Lily was in the crosshairs. Harry stood up. He was shaking, not with fear but with something hotter, something that blazed in his eyes and tightened his small fists. You let people die, Harry said, and his voice cracked on the last word, and the crack was worse than shouting. You let people die and you only cared when it was her. Yes. That's horrible. Yes. And now you've got me and you're being nice to me and making me food and teaching me things, and it's all because of her. Not because of me. Because of her. The accusation hit Snape like a physical blow. Not because it was unfair, it was entirely fair, but because it was the thing he'd been telling himself for 3 days, the thing he'd been trying not to examine, the question that lived underneath every act of care and every moment of tenderness: is this for Harry, or is this for Lily? Is this for a living child, or a dead woman's ghost? It started because of her, Snape said, and his voice was raw, stripped of its usual control. I won't lie to you about that. I went to Privet Drive because Dumbledore sent me. I opened the cupboard because the wards told me something was wrong. But Harry, he stopped. He didn't know how to say this. He had never been good with words when they mattered, had always been eloquent in cruelty and clumsy in kindness. When I saw you in that cupboard, it wasn't about Lily. It was about you. A child, hurt and alone, in the dark. I knew what that looked like because I'd been that child. My father, he hadn't meant to say that. The words had escaped before he could catch them, slipping through a crack in the wall he'd built around his childhood. Harry's anger flickered. Dimmed slightly. He was listening. My father was not a good man, Snape said. He was a muggle. He drank. He hit my mother. He hit me. This house, Spinner's End, the one we left, that was where I grew up. My bedroom was locked from the outside. Not a cupboard, but, he paused. Close enough. Harry's fists unclenched. His arms dropped to his sides. I know what was done to you because it was done to me, Snape said. And when I saw you, yes, I saw Lily's child. I won't pretend otherwise. But I also saw myself. And I couldn't leave. I couldn't walk away and reinforce the wards and pretend it was fine, because it wasn't fine, and I knew it, and leaving you there would have made me complicit in exactly the kind of cruelty I swore I'd left behind. The fire crackled. Wind pressed against the cottage windows. Harry stood in the middle of the room, 7 years old, processing more moral complexity than most adults managed in a lifetime. So which is it? Harry said. Her or me? Snape looked at him, this small, fierce, impossibly brave child, and said the truest thing he'd said in years. It was her. Now it's you. Harry stared at him. Snape held the gaze, didn't look away, didn't flinch, didn't retreat behind his usual armor of sarcasm and deflection. He let the boy see him, all of him, the guilt and the grief and the desperate, clumsy attempt at something better. Harry sat down on the floor. Not dramatically, he just folded, like his legs had given out, like the weight of the conversation had finally exceeded his capacity to stand. He sat cross-legged on the rough stone floor and looked at his hands. I'm angry at you, Harry said quietly. You should be. I don't want to be. You're the only person who's ever been nice to me. You can be angry at me and still, Snape hesitated, reaching for words he didn't have practice with. Being angry at someone doesn't mean they stop being safe. I will keep you safe whether you're angry or not. That isn't conditional. Harry looked up. His eyes were red-rimmed but dry. He'd cried enough, Snape thought. He'd spent his life's allotment of tears in that cupboard, and what was left was something harder, something that would carry him through things that would break gentler people. I need to think, Harry said. Take all the time you need. Harry stood, picked up his book from the floor, and went upstairs. His footsteps were soft on the wooden stairs, careful, measured, the walk of a child who was holding himself together through sheer force of will. The bedroom door closed. Snape sat in the empty room and listened to the silence. He'd told the truth. All of it. Or nearly all. He'd left out the word he'd called Lily, the word that had ended their friendship, because some truths served no purpose except to wound. But the rest of it, the cowardice, the complicity, the selfishness of his defection, he'd given to a 7-year-old without softening or spin. Had it been the right thing to do? He didn't know. He knew only that lying would have been worse, that Harry deserved better than a sanitized version, and that trust built on partial truths was trust waiting to collapse. The afternoon wore on. Snape stayed downstairs, giving Harry space. He brewed, a batch of calming draught, more from habit than need, because the rhythmic work of potion-making was the only thing that quieted his mind. He restocked the bruise salve, though Harry's bruises were fading fast under treatment. He prepared dinner, a shepherd's pie, because he'd noticed that Harry ate fastest when there was something warm and filling, and because cooking for someone was one of the few forms of care Snape could perform without feeling like a fraud. At 6 o'clock, he heard the bedroom door open. Footsteps on the stairs. Harry appeared in the kitchen doorway. His face was blotchy, he'd been crying up there, alone, and Snape felt a stab of guilt that the boy still couldn't cry in front of him, but his expression was resolved. Decided. He'd worked through something in that room, alone with his books and his thoughts, and arrived at a conclusion. "I have conditions," Harry said. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Conditions? If I'm going to stay with you. I have conditions." The boy was 7. He was standing in the kitchen doorway with his chin up and his shoulders back, negotiating terms with a former Death Eater as though he were a diplomat rather than a child. Snape would have laughed if it weren't so extraordinary. "I'm listening," he said. "First. No more secrets. If there's something I need to know, you tell me. Not when you decide I'm ready, when I ask. Within reason. There are things you're too young to, if I'm old enough to ask, I'm old enough to know." Snape opened his mouth to argue and found he couldn't. The boy had a point. He'd been lied to his entire life, by the Dursleys, by omission from Dumbledore, by a world that had put him in a cupboard and called it protection. He'd earned the right to demand truth. "Agreed," Snape said. "With the caveat that some things will require context I'll need time to provide." "Fine. Second." Harry held up 2 fingers. "You teach me to protect myself. Not just theory, actual magic. When I'm old enough for a wand, you teach me to fight. You're 7. I won't always be 7. Combat magic is not, you said there are people who want to hurt me. You said Voldemort might come back. I don't want to just hide. I want to be ready." Snape studied the boy. There was steel in his voice, Lily's steel, tempered by something Lily had never needed, the survival instinct of a child who'd lived through things that would have destroyed lesser spirits. "When you're old enough," Snape said. "I will teach you everything I know." Third. Harry lowered his hand. His voice dropped, and the steel gave way to something softer, more vulnerable. "You don't leave. Whatever happens, if people come, if there's a fight, if the beard man wants you to go back to the school, you don't just leave me somewhere. You don't hand me off to someone else and disappear." Snape's chest constricted. "Harry, everyone leaves. My parents died. The Dursleys never wanted me. Even the beard man, he put me with them and didn't come back for 6 years. Everyone leaves. I need you to not leave." The words were quiet, measured, delivered with the deliberate control of someone who had practiced them, who had sat upstairs and worked out exactly what to say and how to say it, because saying it wrong might mean it didn't count. Snape crossed the kitchen and crouched down. He was eye to eye with the boy, close enough to see the tear tracks on his cheeks, the red rims of his eyes, the fierce determination that held his face together. "I will not leave you," Snape said. "Not for Dumbledore. Not for the Ministry. Not for anyone. I swore to protect you, and that means staying. Do you understand? Staying." Harry searched his face, looking for the lie, the catch, the hidden clause. He searched for a long time. "Okay," Harry said. "Okay. Okay. I'm still angry. But okay." Snape nodded. Dinner's almost ready. Is it the pie? It's the pie. Harry's face twitched, not a smile, not yet, but the architecture of one, the foundation being laid. Good. I'm starving. They ate dinner. The conversation was lighter than it had been, not forced, but carefully steered toward safe ground. Harry asked about Quidditch again, and Snape found himself explaining the rules in more detail than strictly necessary, partly because the boys' questions were good and partly because talking about something inconsequential felt like balm after the rawness of the afternoon. After dinner, Harry took his nutritive potion, made the face, and went to the sitting room to read. Snape cleaned up and then sat at the table with a fresh piece of parchment, drafting a letter to Amelia Bones. It was the most important letter he'd ever written, and he rewrote it 4 times. The first draft was too formal, it read like a legal brief, defensive and cold. The second was too emotional, it read like a confession, which was accurate but strategically disastrous. The third was too clever by half, too full of Snape's natural tendency toward manipulation and misdirection. The fourth draft was simple. It stated the facts, that Harry Potter had been found in conditions of severe neglect and physical abuse at number 4, Privet Drive. That Severus Snape had removed the child and was providing care. That Snape was requesting formal recognition as Harry's magical guardian, under Article 17 of the Wizarding Child Welfare Act of 1947, which permitted emergency custody by any witch or wizard of legal age who discovered a magical child in immediate danger. It included a list of Harry's injuries, documented with clinical precision. It offered to present the child for examination by a qualified healer. It did not mention the dark mark. It did not mention Snape's past. It did not need to, Amelia Bones would know, because everyone knew. But by leading with the abuse, by putting Harry's suffering at the center of the narrative rather than Snape's history, he was framing the conversation in the only terms that mattered. "Come and look at this child," the letter said, underneath its formal language. "Come and look at what was done to him. And then tell me I was wrong to take him." He sealed the letter and set it aside for the morning owl. It was nearly 9 when the wards registered something. Not an attack, the signature was single, approaching slowly from the southwest, making no effort at concealment. Whoever it was wanted to be detected. Wanted Snape to know they were coming. Snape rose, wand drawn. He sent Harry upstairs with a look that the boy understood instantly. They'd developed a shorthand in the past few days, a language of glances and gestures that communicated danger, hide, be silent without a word being spoken. Harry moved. The bedroom door closed. Snape went to the front door. Through the wards, he could feel the approaching signature, familiar, Lupin in quality, tinged with something wild and not entirely human. Lupin. 2 days early. Snape opened the door. Remus Lupin stood on the hillside in the dark, wrapped in a coat that had seen better decades. He was thinner than Snape remembered, gaunt, really, his face carved with lines that had no business being on a man of 27. His hair was shot through with gray, premature and stark. His eyes were amber and tired, and they fixed on Snape with an expression that contained multitudes, wariness, hostility, grief, and underneath all of it, a desperate, barely controlled need. "Severus," Lupin said. "You're early." Dumbledore said 2 days. "I couldn't wait 2 days." They stood in the doorway, 2 men who shared nothing except dead friends and a living child, and the wind blew between them carrying the smell of rain. "Come in," Snape said, and stepped aside. Lupin entered the cottage with the careful gaze of a man accustomed to assessing environments, exits, cover, threat vectors. His eyes swept the room, cataloging everything, the books, the potions on the counter, the fire, the half-eaten pie on the table, the small pair of trainers by the door. He stared at the trainers for a long time. "Where is he?" Lupin's voice was rough. "Upstairs. He's been told to stay in his room when someone arrives. You've trained him to hide. I've taught him to be cautious. Given that people have already tried to kill us, I consider this reasonable." Lupin turned to face him. The wariness in his eyes had sharpened into something harder. Dumbledore told me what you found. At Privet Drive. Then you know. I know that Harry's been, Lupin's voice cracked. He stopped, pressed a hand over his mouth, breathed through it. When he spoke again, the words were careful and controlled. I know he was hurt. I know you took him. I know you've been hiding with him for a week. That's the summary, yes. Why you? I beg your pardon. Why you, Severus? Lupin's composure was fraying, threads pulling loose. Of all the people, you, a man who hated James, who joined the Death Eaters, who called Lilia, he stopped himself, but the word hung in the air, unspoken, louder for its absence. Snape's face went blank. The occlumency shield slammed into place, automatic, reflexive, the armor he wore against attacks that weren't magical. Because I was there, Snape said, his voice flat. Because I opened the cupboard. Because no one else bothered. The last 3 words landed like stones. Lupin rocked back as though physically struck. I didn't know, Lupin whispered. I didn't know he was, did you check? Silence. In 6 years, Snape continued, his voice quiet, precise, surgical, did you once visit Privet Drive? Did you once write to Dumbledore and ask after the boy? Did you once inquire about the welfare of the child your best friends died to protect? Lupin's face had gone white. Dumbledore said he was safe. He said the words, Dumbledore said. And you believed him. You all believed him, you, and Minerva, and the whole bloody order, because it was easier to believe than to check. That's not fair. Fair. Snape nearly laughed. The boy was sleeping in a cupboard, Lupin. He was being beaten by a muggle twice his size. He didn't know his mother's name. He thought he was a freak. Fair is not a word I'm prepared to hear from you right now. Lupin sat down. Not in a chair, there wasn't one close enough. He simply sat on the floor, his back against the wall, his head in his hands. His shoulders shook once, then stilled. The silence stretched between them, thick, heavy, full of 6 years of failure and guilt and all the things that should have been done and weren't. I want to see him, Lupin said, without looking up. Snape considered refusing. Lupin was a stranger to Harry, worse than a stranger, a friend of the parents who'd never come, another adult who'd failed him. Introducing the boy to another person, another potential source of disappointment, another attachment that might not hold, but Harry needed more than Snape. Snape had known this from the beginning, had been trying to ignore it because acknowledging it meant opening a door he couldn't control. Harry needed people. Not just a guardian, people. A world of adults who were not threats. Lupin, for all his failures, was not a threat. He was a broken man grieving for broken promises, and that, at least, was something Snape understood. He doesn't know you, Snape said. Don't overwhelm him. Don't touch him unless he initiates it. Don't cry in front of him, he doesn't handle other people's emotions well. And do not, tell him stories about James Potter tonight. That's a conversation that requires preparation. Lupin looked up. His face was wrecked, red-eyed, haggard, every year of his difficult life written across it. But he nodded. Snape went to the foot of the stairs. Harry. You can come down. It's safe. A pause. Then the bedroom door opened and soft footsteps descended. Harry appeared at the bottom of the stairs, cautious, his eyes finding Snape first, checking, confirming, using Snape as a baseline for safety the way a compass uses north. Then his eyes found Lupin. The man was standing now, having pulled himself off the floor with whatever dignity he could manage. He stood by the wall, his hands at his sides, making no move to approach, following Snape's instructions with a discipline that Snape grudgingly respected. Harry studied him the way he studied everything, quickly, thoroughly, cataloging. The shabby coat. The gray-streaked hair. The scars on his face, faint but visible. The amber eyes that were, at this moment, bright with tears Lupin was fighting desperately not to shed. "You look sad," Harry said. Lupin made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "I am sad. But not because of you. Because of me. Snape says people who knew my parents feel sad when they see me. Snape is right." Lupin's voice was barely holding. "You look very much like your father. But your eyes are my mum's. Snape told me." Lupin glanced at Snape. Something shifted in his expression, surprise, maybe, or a grudging recalibration of his own. "My name is Remus Lupin," he said, looking back at Harry. "I was your father's friend. And your mother's. We were at school together. Were you there when Snape and my mum were friends too?" Lupin blinked. He looked at Snape again, and this time the surprise was unmistakable. Yes. I was. Snape told me about her. About how she broke all the windows in potions class." The ghost of a smile crossed Lupin's face. "She did do that. Slughorn talked about it for weeks." He paused. "Your father thought it was the most brilliant thing he'd ever seen. He asked her out right there, in front of the whole class, standing in broken glass." "What did she say?" "She told him to sweep it up first." Harry grinned. It was fast, a flash of light, but Lupin saw it, and the man's face crumpled with the effort of not breaking down. "I'm going to make tea," Snape said, because someone had to leave the room before it drowned in emotion, and it wasn't going to be either of them. He went to the kitchen, put the kettle on, and stood at the counter with both hands braced against the edge, breathing slowly. Through the doorway, he could hear Harry asking Lupin questions, the same rapid-fire interrogation he'd subjected Snape to, the endless hunger for information about the world he'd been denied. Lupin answered. His voice steadied as he talked, finding solid ground in the stories, James and the Marauders, Hogwarts at Night, The Whomping Willow, edited for content. Snape noted with dark amusement, the time James had accidentally turned Professor McGonagall's desk into a pig. Harry laughed at that one, and the sound carried through the cottage, and Snape stood in the kitchen and listened to Lily's son laughing at stories about James Potter and felt something he couldn't name. Not jealousy. Not exactly. Something more complicated, the awareness that Harry needed this, needed stories from other people, needed a picture of his parents that wasn't filtered through Snape's guilt and loss. Lupin could give him James. Could give him the laughter and the recklessness and the loyalty that had defined James Potter at his best. Snape couldn't do that. Didn't want to, if he was honest. But Harry deserved it. The kettle whistled. Snape made 3 cups of tea, strong and black for himself, lighter for Lupin, and a small cup for Harry with plenty of milk and sugar because the boy had, despite Petunia's prohibition, developed an immediate and passionate attachment to tea. He brought them out. Harry was sitting on the floor in front of the fire. Lupin was in the armchair. They both looked up when Snape entered, and for a brief, disorienting moment, Snape was back at Hogwarts, the Gryffindor common room, which he'd never actually entered but had imagined 1,000 times, and these were people who belonged there, in the warmth, in the light, and he was the outsider bringing tea. He shook it off. He was not 17 anymore. The common room was a cottage in Wales, and the people in it were under his protection, and self-pity was a luxury he couldn't afford. "It's late," Snape said, handing Harry his tea. "Drink that and go to bed. But Remus was telling me about, Remus will be here tomorrow. And the day after. The stories aren't going anywhere." Harry looked at Lupin, confirming. Lupin nodded. "I'm not going anywhere." Harry drank his tea, quickly, greedily, wrapping both hands around the cup, and then stood up. He looked at Snape, then at Lupin, then back at Snape. "Night, Snape," he said. And then, turning, "Night, Remus." The use of the first name, casual, unforced, hit Lupin like a hex. The man's face went through about 6 expressions in 2 seconds before settling on something that was trying very hard to be a smile. Good night, Harry. Harry went upstairs. The bedroom door closed. The cottage settled. Snape and Lupin sat in a firelit room and looked at each other across 6 years of enmity and the fresh, raw bond of a shared purpose. He's remarkable, Lupin said quietly. He is Lily's son. He's James's son too. I'm aware. Lupin set down his tea. His hands were steady now, the initial shock metabolized. Dumbledore told me about the attack on Spinner's End. Hired wands. Malfoy's doing. Almost certainly. And the Prophet article. The political maneuvering. Lucius is building a case. He wants Harry found, either to control him or to use his disappearance as leverage. Possibly both. Lupin's jaw tightened. What do you need from me? Snape studied him, the shabby coat, the scars, the amber eyes with their inhuman quality, the wand he could see holstered under Lupin's left arm. A werewolf. A former marauder. A man who'd spent the last 6 years in self-imposed exile, punishing himself for surviving when his friends hadn't. In other words, someone Snape understood perfectly. I need you to be here, Snape said. Not as a visitor. As part of this. Part of his life. He needs people who knew his parents, who can tell him who they were, not just what they did. I can give him Lily, but I can't give him James. You can. Lupin's eyes glistened. You're asking me to stay. I'm asking you to commit. To him. Not to Dumbledore's plans, not to the Order's mission, to Harry. Specifically and personally. Can you do that? Yes. No hesitation. No qualification. Just the word, delivered with a certainty that surprised them both. Snape nodded. There's a second bedroom upstairs. Small, but functional. You can have it. Harry will share with you until I can expand the space. I'll take the sofa. The sofa is 4 feet long and you are approximately 6. You'll take the bedroom. Where will Harry, with me? There's a cot I can transfigure. He'll be fine. Lupin stared at him. You've changed. Don't be sentimental. I'm not. I'm observant. 6 years ago, you wouldn't have done any of this. You wouldn't have taken him. You wouldn't have fought for him. You certainly wouldn't have invited me into your home. 6 years ago, I hadn't opened a cupboard. Snape drained his tea and set the cup down. Things change. People, occasionally, change with them. Lupin was quiet for a long time. The fire popped and settled. Outside, the wind had dropped, and the night was still. I'm sorry, Lupin said. For what? For not checking. You were right, I should have gone. I should have visited, written, done something. I told myself Dumbledore had it handled. I told myself Harry was better off not knowing me, a werewolf, a reminder of everything he'd lost. I told myself a lot of things. He looked at his hands. I was a coward too. Snape looked at this man he'd hated for a decade, who'd been part of the group that tormented him at school, who'd stood by while James Potter and Sirius Black made Snape's life a misery, and found that the hatred was still there, but diminished. Not gone, it might never be gone, but smaller, quieter, outweighed by the simple fact that they were both here now, in a cottage in Wales, trying to do right by a child they'd both failed. Yes, Snape said. You were. So was I. The question is what we do now. Lupin nodded. What we do now. Snape pulled the drafted letter to Amelia Bones from his coat and set it on the table. Tomorrow, I send this. It begins the legal process. It will also, inevitably, bring us to Lucius Malfoy's attention in a formal capacity. He will respond, politically, legally, possibly physically. We need to be ready. Moody. Dumbledore is contacting him. Moody is, Snape grimaced. Moody is Moody. Paranoid, aggressive, and deeply distrustful of me. But he's the best defensive strategist alive, and if Lucius escalates, we'll need him. I can handle Moody. He trusts me, or trusted me, before I disappeared. Then that's your job. Liaise with Moody. Get him on board. Convince him that protecting Harry is more important than his personal feelings about me. And your job? Keep the boy alive. Teach him. Prepare him. Snape paused. And navigate a custody hearing without ending up in Azkaban. Lupin almost smiled. Is that all? That's all. They sat in the dying firelight, the spy and the werewolf, the Slytherin and the Gryffindor, and for the first time in their lives, they were on the same side for reasons that had nothing to do with Dumbledore or duty or guilt. They were on the side of a boy asleep upstairs, a boy with green eyes and a lightning scar and a heart that kept reaching for trust despite every reason not to. It was, Snape reflected, a better reason than any he'd had before. The fire went out. Snape relit it with a wave of his hand. Lupin went upstairs. The cottage settled into silence, held in its bowl of mountains, invisible to the world, guarded by old wards and new resolve. Snape sat at the table and reread his letter to Amelia Bones one final time. Then he picked up a fresh piece of parchment and began a new list. Not defensive this time, offensive. A list of every legal precedent, every political lever, every piece of evidence he could marshal in Harry's defense. A strategy. A battle plan for a war that would be fought in courtrooms and newspapers rather than alleys and cottages. Lucius Malfoy wanted a fight. Snape would give him one. He wrote until the candle burned down and the first grey light of Welsh dawn crept through the windows, and when he finally set down his quill, he had something that looked, for the first time, like a path forward. Narrow. Dangerous. Lined on both sides with enemies. But a path. Chapter 5, The Old Crowd. 2 weeks in the cottage, and Harry Potter had gained 3 pounds. Snape knew this because he'd charmed a set of bathroom scales to give precise readings and had been tracking the boy's weight daily in a small leather notebook he kept in his coat pocket. 3 pounds in 14 days. Still underweight, significantly so, but the trajectory was right. The nutritive potion was working. The regular meals were working. The sleep was working. Other things were working too, in ways that were harder to measure. Harry's voice had changed, not in pitch, but in volume. At Privet Drive, and in the first days at Spinner's End, the boy had spoken barely above a whisper, each word carefully rationed, offered tentatively, ready to be withdrawn. Now he talked. Not constantly, not the way some children chattered, but freely, without the flinch of anticipation that used to precede every sentence. He asked questions at full volume. He laughed, not often, but when he did, the sound filled the cottage. He argued. That was the real marker. 3 days ago, Harry had disagreed with Snape about the correct way to chop potatoes for soup, of all the absurd things, and had stated his case with a firmness that would have earned him a blow at the Dursleys. When Snape had simply said, "Fine, do it your way and see what happens," Harry had stood at the counter for a full 10 seconds, frozen, waiting for the punishment that didn't come. Then he'd chopped the potatoes his way. The soup had been fine. It was a potato. It shouldn't have meant anything. But Snape had turned away to the stove and stood there for a moment with his eyes closed, because a child who could argue about potatoes was a child who was learning that his voice wouldn't get him hurt. Lupin had been at the cottage for 9 days, and against all probability, the arrangement was functioning. Not smoothly, Snape and Lupin circled each other like cats sharing territory, their conversations clipped and practical, studded with the small barbs and silences of men who had decades of hostility to work through. But they had a system. Lupin handled the mornings, breakfast, stories about James and Lily and Hogwarts, the gentle work of giving Harry a history. Snape handled the afternoons, lessons, potions, magical theory, the practical work of preparing a mind. Evenings they shared, the 3 of them around the table, and those hours had become something Snape hadn't expected, tolerable. Lupin was good with Harry. Snape had to concede this, and he conceded it with the grace of a man swallowing a lemon. The werewolf had an ease with the boy that Snape couldn't replicate, a warmth, a playfulness, an instinct for when to push and when to retreat. He told stories with voices and gestures. He taught Harry card games. He conjured small animals from thin air, silvery rabbits and foxes that bounded around the cottage and made Harry shriek with delight. And Harry was opening, slowly, the way a flower opens, not all at once, but in stages, each petal a new trust, a new vulnerability offered to the world. He'd started calling Lupin Remus without prompting. He'd started sitting closer to Snape during lessons, their shoulders sometimes touching. He'd started sleeping through the night without the lamp on, not every night, but some nights, and each dark night was a victory. It wasn't perfect. The nightmares came, green light and screaming, the same dream Harry had described, and Snape would hear the boy cry out at 2 or 3 in the morning and go to his room and sit on the edge of the bed and wait until the shaking stopped. Harry never fully woke during these episodes, or if he did, he pretended not to, and Snape pretended not to notice the pretending. They had an understanding. And underneath the fragile peace, the world was closing in. The letter to Amelia Bones had been sent 8 days ago. Snape had received a reply, brief, professional, requesting a formal meeting at the ministry to discuss the matter. He'd written back proposing a neutral location, citing security concerns. Bones had agreed. The meeting was set for Thursday. 2 days from now. The prophet, meanwhile, had been relentless. Lucius Malfoy's quiet campaign had blossomed into a full-blown public crusade. 3 articles in the past week, Where is the Boy Who Lived? Followed by Malfoy calls for ministry action on Potter disappearance, followed by, most damagingly, sources, Potter boy may be in custody of former Death Eater. That last one had named Snape. Not directly, the prophet's lawyers were too careful for that. But the article described, a former associate of He Who Must Not Be Named, currently employed at Hogwarts School, who is believed to have removed the child from his legal guardians without authorization. The description was specific enough that anyone with a passing knowledge of the wizarding world could fill in the name. Snape had read the article, set the paper down, and gone outside toward the perimeter for the 3rd time that week. When he came back in, Lupin was reading it at the table with a white face. He's good at this, Lupin had said, meaning Lucius. He's the best at this, Snape had replied. He destroyed 3 careers and engineered 2 acquittals from his seat in the Wisengamot before the Dark Lord even fell. Public opinion is his native element. Can we counter it? Not in the press. He owns too many people at the prophet. We counter it in the courtroom, with evidence, or we don't counter it at all. That conversation had been 2 days ago. Since then, Snape had been preparing for the meeting with Bones with the same methodical intensity he brought to brewing a complex potion. He had documentation, a timeline of Harry's injuries, photographs taken with a charmed camera that couldn't be altered, a healer's preliminary report obtained through Dumbledore from a trusted Medowitch at St. Mungo's who'd examined Harry at the cottage without being told the boy's full identity. The report was damning. Malnutrition consistent with prolonged food deprivation. Healed fractures in the left wrist and 2 ribs, old, improperly set, suggesting they'd never been treated. Scarring consistent with repeated physical punishment. Developmental delays attributable to neglect. The Medowitch, a no-nonsense woman named Althea Greengrass, had finished her examination, turned to Snape with eyes like flint, and said, "Whoever did this to this child should be in prison." Muggles, Snape had said. Then a Muggle prison. The point stands. The evidence was strong. The problem was the messenger. Severus Snape, former Death Eater, standing before the head of magical law enforcement with a stolen child and a story about abuse, it would take more than documentation to make that play. It would take credibility. Witnesses. Character endorsement. Which was why, at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, Alastor Moody was standing in the cottage's front garden, and Snape was standing in the doorway, and neither of them had drawn a wand yet, which Snape considered a promising start. "Moody," Snape said. "Snape." The retired Auror's magical eye spun in its socket, scanning the cottage, the wards, the hillside, probably the geological substructure for all Snape knew. His real eye stayed fixed on Snape with an expression of profound, almost philosophical distrust. "Lupin says you need help. Lupin has a gift for understatement. Lupin has a gift for seeing the best in people who don't deserve it. I'm here because of the boy, not because of you. Clear? Crystal." Moody stumped past him into the cottage, his wooden leg clunking on the stone floor. He was smaller than Snape remembered, or maybe Snape had just grown taller in the years since they'd last been in the same room, which had been an order meeting in 1981 where Moody had spent the entire evening watching Snape as though waiting for him to sprout fangs. Harry was at the kitchen table, a book of magical theory open in front of him, a quill in his hand. He looked up when Moody entered, and to his credit, he didn't flinch. He studied the scarred face, the magical eye, the wooden leg with the same evaluating calm he applied to everything. "You've got a weird eye," Harry said. Lupin, standing by the fireplace, closed his eyes in a wince. Snape felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Moody barked a laugh, a sharp, surprised sound, like a dog that hadn't expected to find something funny. I do. Lost the real one fighting dark wizards. This one sees through walls, invisibility cloaks, and the back of my own head. Can it see through people? Depends on the people." Moody's magical eye swiveled to Snape, then back to Harry. "You're a direct one, aren't you? Snape says there's no point asking questions if you don't ask the real ones." Moody looked at Snape. Something shifted in his expression, not softening, exactly, but a crack in the suspicion, a grudging acknowledgement that whatever Snape was doing with this boy, it wasn't nothing. "Snape's not wrong," Moody said. He pulled out a chair and sat down heavily. "So. I've read the file Lupin put together. I've read the prophet garbage. And I've spent 4 days doing my own reconnaissance on the Malfoy network." He reached into his coat and pulled out a rolled parchment. "You're going to want to see this." Snape took the parchment and unrolled it on the table. It was a diagram, lines connecting names, dates, locations, drawn in Moody's cramped, aggressive handwriting. A network map. Snape scanned it, his eyes moving rapidly. "Harry," Lupin said gently. "Why don't we go upstairs and—" "No," Snape said. Lupin blinked. "No." Snape looked at Harry. The boy was watching him, green eyes steady, waiting. He'd asked for honesty. He'd made it a condition. "He stays," Snape said. "He needs to understand what we're dealing with." Moody's eyebrows rose. "Both of them. He's 7. He's been dodging killing curses and hired assassins for a week. I think he can handle a briefing." Harry sat up straighter. The quill was still in his hand, poised over the parchment, and Snape realized with a jolt of dark humor that the boy was preparing to take notes. Moody studied Harry for a long moment. Then he grunted and pointed at the diagram. "Right. Short version. Malfoy's been busy since the Prophet article started. He's filed 3 formal inquiries with the DMLE, each one escalating, first about Harry's location, then about the ward collapse, then about you specifically." He jabbed a finger at a cluster of names on the left side of the diagram. "At the same time, he's been holding meetings. Private ones, at the manor. These 3, not, Crabbe, Goyle, have visited in the past 10 days. So has McNair, and that's the one that worries me." "McNair's ministry," Snape said. "McNair's in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Which means he has access to creature registries, tracking systems, and, relevant to our werewolf friend over there, records of every registered lycanthrope in Britain." Lupin's face went very still. "If Malfoy's using McNair to search for Lupin," Moody continued, "and if McNair can establish that Lupin's been traveling recently, sudden disappearance from his usual haunts, change in pattern. It doesn't take a genius to connect him to whoever's sheltering the Potter boy. They'd track Remus to find us, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. That's what you're saying, right? Harry said. They can't find me directly, so they follow someone who knows where I am. Moody stared at the boy for 3 full seconds. Then he looked at Snape. Where'd you get this kid? A cupboard in Surrey. Stay focused. Moody snorted but returned to the diagram. The boy's right. Malfoy's strategy has 2 prongs, legal and operational. Legally, he's building a case to force the Ministry to locate Harry and remove him from your custody. Operationally, he's building a network to do the same thing by force if the legal route fails. The hired wands at Spinner's End, Snape said. A first attempt. Sloppy. He won't be sloppy twice. Moody tapped the right side of the diagram. I've identified the group he's likely to use next. Not hired wands, actual Death Eaters. The Carrows. Amicus and Alecto. Snape's jaw tightened. He knew the Carrows. They were blunt instruments, vicious, stupid, loyal to the Death Eater cause with the mindless fervor of true believers. They lacked Lucius's subtlety, but subtlety wasn't what Lucius needed from them. He needed violence, deniable and brutal, and the Carrows delivered that reliably. There's more, Moody said. His voice had dropped. His magical eye fixed on the far wall, tracking something invisible. My contacts in the Auror office, what's left of them, have picked up chatter. Not about Harry. About something else. Rituals. Old magic. Blood magic. The room went cold. Not literally, the fire still burned, but something in the air changed, a tension that pressed against the walls. What kind of rituals? Lupin asked. Restoration rituals. Resurrection magic. The Death Eaters who are still committed, not Lucius, who's a political animal, but the true believers, the Carrows and their ilk, they haven't given up on the Dark Lord. They think he can be brought back. And some of them think the Potter boy's blood is the key. Harry's quill had stopped moving. He was very still, his face pale, his eyes fixed on Moody. That's why they want me, Harry said. His voice was steady, but his hand, the one holding the quill, was shaking. Not just because I'm famous. Because of my blood. Because of what my mum did. Harry, Lupin started. He asked for honesty, Snape said quietly. He gets it. Moody looked at Harry with something approaching respect. Lad. Your blood carries the magical signature of the curse that destroyed Voldemort. There's a theory, old, dark, not confirmed, that the same blood could be used to reconstruct what the curse destroyed. To give him a new body. Can it? Moody hesitated. He glanced at Snape. We don't know, Snape said. The theory is based on fragments, old texts, unreliable sources. It may be nonsense. But the Death Eaters believe it, and that makes it dangerous whether it's true or not. Harry set down his quill. He looked at the diagram on the table, the web of names and lines, the map of people who wanted to find him, hurt him, use him, and then he looked up at Snape. Teach me faster, he said. Snape held his gaze. I intend to. Moody stayed for 3 hours. He and Snape went over the cottage's defenses in exhaustive detail, Moody testing every ward, probing every weakness, suggesting improvements with the obsessive thoroughness of a man who had survived 30 years of dark wizard hunting by assuming that everything was a trap. The detection perimeter's good, Moody said, stumping around the exterior, his magical eye spinning. But your anti-apparition field has a gap at the northeast corner. 20-foot radius, just behind that outcrop. Someone could land there and be inside your detection range before you knew they'd arrived. Snape had missed it. He'd missed it because the terrain was uneven and he'd calibrated the field to the cottage's footprint rather than the landscape's geometry. It was a minor error. In a fight, it could be fatal. I'll fix it, Snape said. I'll fix it now. Moody raised his wand and cast, a complex layering charm, dense and precise, the work of an Auror who'd been building combat wards since before Snape was born. The gap closed. The field locked solid. You're good at this, Snape said, and meant it as a professional acknowledgement rather than a compliment, because complimenting Moody would cause the man to suspect Imperius. I'm alive at this, Moody corrected. Good's got nothing to do with it. Before he left, Moody pulled Snape aside. They stood on the hillside, out of earshot of the cottage, the wind pulling at their coats. The boy's sharp, Moody said. He's exceptional. And damaged. Obviously. Moody's real eye fixed on Snape. The magical one kept scanning. I'm going to say this once, Snape, and then I'm never going to say it again, so listen. I don't trust you. I've never trusted you. I think you're a snake and a liar, and I think the dark mark on your arm means exactly what it means. But, he paused, and the pause was heavy with something that cost him. What you did for that boy. Taking him out of that house. That was right. And what you're doing now, the teaching, the protecting, whatever this is, I can see it's real. So I'm in. For the boy. Not for you. I wouldn't expect anything else. Good. Moody turned to go, then stopped. One more thing. The Bones meeting on Thursday. She's fair, but she's thorough. She'll want to see the boy. She'll want to see the mark. Be ready for both. I'm always ready. Moody gave him a look that said sure you are, and disapparated with a crack that scattered the sheep on the neighboring hillside. Wednesday passed in preparation. Snape drilled Harry, not on what to say, but on what to expect. Madam Bones will ask you questions. About the Dursleys. About how you were treated. You answer honestly. You don't exaggerate, you don't minimize, you tell the truth exactly as it happened. What if she asks about you? She will. Tell her the truth about that too. Even the Death Eater part. She already knows the Death Eater part. Tell her what you've seen. What I've done. How you've been treated here. That's all. Harry was quiet for a moment. What if she tries to take me away? She won't. You don't know that. Snape crouched to Harry's level. They were in the sitting room, late afternoon, the fire burning. Lupin was outside walking the perimeter, a habit he'd picked up from Moody. You're right, Snape said. I don't know that. But I know this, Amelia Bones is a fair woman. She lost her own brother in the war. She has no love for the Malfoys. And when she sees the evidence of what was done to you, when she reads the healer's report and looks at the photographs and hears you tell it in your own words, she will not send you back to Privet Drive. Whatever else happens, that will not happen. But she might not let me stay with you either. Snape considered lying. Considered softening. Decided against it. That's possible, he said. If the legal challenge goes badly, if Lucius's influence reaches far enough, there's a chance the ministry will try to place you elsewhere. A wizarding foster family. An institution. Harry's face hardened. The steel, Lily's steel, Harry's steel, locked into place. I won't go. Harry, I won't. You promised. You said you wouldn't leave, and I won't go. If they try to take me, I'll run. I'll hide. I've been hiding my whole life, I'm good at it. You won't need to hide. Because I'm going to win this. Snape held the boy's eyes. I don't make promises lightly. I told you, you will not go back. You will not be sent somewhere else. I will fight this in every courtroom, every hearing, every tribunal in Wizarding Britain. And if all of that fails, then yes, we run. Together. But it won't come to that. Harry searched his face. He was looking for the thing he always looked for, the gap between the words and the reality, the space where adults' promises collapsed. He didn't find it. Okay, Harry said. Win it. Thursday morning. Snape dressed in his best robes, black, because everything he owned was black, but well cut, clean, presentable. He looked at himself in the small mirror above the cottage's wash basin and saw a man he barely recognized, thinner than usual, sleepless, but with something in his eyes that hadn't been there a month ago. Purpose that went beyond survival. Lupin stayed at the cottage with Harry. Moody was already at the meeting point, an office in Hogsmeade that Dumbledore had arranged as neutral ground. Snape arrived there at 9:30, arriving in the alley behind the Three Broomsticks and walking the rest of the way through the village's quiet morning streets. The office was above Scrivenshaft's quill shop, a small, clean room with a desk, 4 chairs, and a window that looked out onto Hogsmeade's High Street. Moody was already inside, sitting in the corner with his back to the wall, his magical eye fixed on the door. Dumbledore was there too, seated behind the desk in a high-backed chair, wearing robes of deep burgundy and an expression of careful neutrality. Severus, Dumbledore said. Snape sat down. He placed his file on the desk, the healer's report, the photographs, the timeline, the legal brief he'd spent 3 nights drafting. She's late. She's downstairs, Moody said. Came in the back. Checking the wards. Checking them. She's Amelia Bones. She checks everything. The door opened, and Amelia Bones entered. She was a square-jawed woman in her 40s, with close-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She wore ministry robes, deep blue, the monocle of her office hanging from a chain at her collar, and she moved with the economy of someone who had no time for pleasantries and no patience for deception. Dumbledore, she said. Moody. Her eyes found Snape. Snape. Madam Bones. She sat across from him. She did not waste time. I've read Malfoy's formal inquiries. I've read the Prophet coverage. I've spoken with the Dursleys. Snape's head came up, by flu, through a ministry liaison. They confirmed that a man identifying himself as a wizard removed Harry Potter from their home approximately 3 weeks ago. They described the encounter as threatening. Threatening, Snape repeated. Vernon Dursley's word. He also used assault, kidnapping, and home invasion. Petunia Dursley was less forthcoming. She said, and I quote, "Good riddance." Snape's lip curled. The woman's consistency is almost admirable. I need to hear your account, Mr. Snape. From the beginning. Snape told her. He kept it factual, stripped of emotion, a clinical recounting of the events, the ward inspection, the degradation, the cupboard, the child, the removal, the ward collapse. He presented the healer's report. He laid the photographs on the desk, Harry's shoulder, Harry's back, Harry's ribs. Amelia Bones looked at the photographs for a long time. Her face didn't change, but her hand, the one resting on the desk, closed into a fist. The healer who examined him, Bones said. Althea Greengrass? A licensed medowitch at St. Mungo's. She can testify. The injuries are consistent with your account? They're consistent with years of physical abuse and severe neglect. As documented in the report. Bones opened the file, read through the healer's report page by page, her monocle magnifying the text. The room was silent except for the turning of pages and the distant sound of Hogsmeade's morning bustle through the window. Mr. Snape, Bones said, setting the report down. I'm going to be direct with you. I'd expect nothing less. The evidence of abuse is compelling. If this were a standard child welfare case, muggle or magical, the removal of the child would be justified under emergency provisions. The healer's report alone would support it. She paused. However, this is not a standard case. The child is Harry Potter. You are a marked Death Eater. Snape rolled up his left sleeve. He laid his forearm on the desk, the dark mark facing up, the skull, the serpent, faded but undeniable. He didn't flinch. He didn't explain. He let her see it. Bones looked at the mark with the steady gaze of a woman who had seen worse. You don't deny it. Denying it would be both futile and dishonest. I took the mark at 17. I was a Death Eater. I defected before the Dark Lord's fall and have served as Dumbledore's agent since. So Dumbledore has stated. Repeatedly. Without ever providing the Wisengamot with specific evidence. The specific evidence involves intelligence operations that, if disclosed, would endanger lives. Dumbledore and I can provide a sealed testimony, for your eyes only, detailing my activities during and after the war. But I will not make it public. Bones studied him. Her monocle caught the light and flashed. Malfoy will demand full disclosure. Malfoy will demand whatever serves Malfoy. His interest in Harry Potter is not philanthropic, Madam Bones. His interest is strategic. He is positioning himself to gain influence over the boy who lived, either through legal custody or through the chaos of a prolonged investigation that keeps Harry's location in flux. That's a serious accusation. It's a serious situation. Snape leaned forward. Lucius Malfoy sent armed attackers to my home. 5 wizards, hired wands, who broke through my door and fired curses at a house containing a 7-year-old child. I can provide the memory for pensive examination. This is not a man concerned with Harry Potter's welfare. Bones's expression didn't change, but her quill, which had been taking automatic notes, paused mid-stroke. You have pensive admissible memories of this attack. I do. And you're willing to submit them for examination? I'm willing to submit every memory from the moment I arrived at Privet Drive to this conversation. All of it. Unedited, unaltered, under veritaserum if necessary. A silence fell. Dumbledore, who had been sitting quietly, shifted in his chair. Moody's magical eye fixed on Snape with an expression that might have been surprise. Veritaserum was a gamble. Under its influence, Snape would be compelled to answer any question truthfully, not just about Harry, but about anything. His years as a spy, his activities as a Death Eater, his feelings about Lily, the full ugly tapestry of his life. Offering it was a calculated risk, it demonstrated absolute confidence in his account, but it opened him to lines of questioning he couldn't control. Bones knew this. He could see her calculating. That won't be necessary at this stage, she said. But I may hold you to the offer. I want to see the boy. In person. This week. Agreed. I'll arrange it. I also want independent verification of his living conditions. A ministry-appointed social worker. Unannounced visit. No, Snape said. Bones's eyebrows rose. No. Not unannounced. Not until the security situation is resolved. I will not have the cottage's location leaked through ministry channels, and I mean no disrespect, Madam Bones, but your department has leaks. Malfoy has people inside the DMLE. An unannounced visit means an unsecured location means another attack. I can guarantee the discretion of my staff. With respect, you cannot. Not against Lucius Malfoy. Snape held her gaze. I will bring Harry to a location of your choosing, at a time of your choosing, with whatever security measures you deem appropriate. You can examine him, interview him, assess his condition. But the cottage stays off the record. Bones considered. A reasonable compromise. I'll arrange it for Saturday. Saturday. Is there anything else? Snape reached into his file and produced the last document, the formal application for magical guardianship, filled out in triplicate, signed and witnessed by Dumbledore and McGonagall. I want this processed, Snape said. Emergency provisional guardianship under Article 17. Pending full hearing, if necessary, but I want the provisional order in place before Malfoy files his next motion. Bones took the document. She read it through. Her eyes lingered on the signatures, Dumbledore's, ornate and unmistakable, and McGonagall's, sharp and precise. McGonagall, she said. She's sponsoring this? She examined the evidence and agreed that the child's welfare supersedes political considerations. That sounds like something Minerva would say. For the first time, something approaching warmth flickered across Bones's face. Then it was gone. I'll process the application. I'm not promising approval, there will be challenges, Malfoy will see to that, but I'll put it before the emergency panel. You should have a provisional order by Monday. Thank you. Bones stood. She gathered her papers, tucked the file under her arm, and paused at the door. Snape. Yes. I've been in this job for 12 years. I've seen what people do to children, Muggle and magical. I've seen the excuses, the justifications, the systems that look the other way. She looked at him with those steady, unblinking eyes. I don't care about your arm. I care about that boy. If you are what you appear to be, if you are genuinely trying to protect him, then you'll have my support. If I find out otherwise, there is no hole deep enough for you to hide in. Understood. She left. The door closed behind her. Snape, Dumbledore, and Moody sat in the quiet office while the sounds of Hogsmeade drifted up from below. That went well, Dumbledore said. That went better than I had any right to expect, Snape corrected. She's fair. Lucius won't be able to bully her. But he'll try. She's tough, Moody said, with the particular tone of voice he used for people he respected, which was a very short list. She'll hold. She'll hold against pressure, Snape said. But if Lucius produces evidence, fabricated or otherwise, that I'm a danger to Harry, she'll have no choice but to act on it. The provisional order can be revoked. Dumbledore leaned forward. Then we ensure there is no evidence to produce. Severus, your conduct from this point forward must be beyond reproach. My conduct has always been beyond reproach. It's my history that's the problem. Then we build a wall between history and present, Moody said. He was thinking, Snape could see it, the tactical mind working. Character witnesses. People who've seen you with the boy. Lupin. Me, if it comes to it. McGonagall. He paused. And the boy himself. Let him testify. If that kid goes before a panel and says what he said to me about how you treat him, it's worth more than any document. Snape nodded. He'd thought the same thing. Harry's voice, clear, honest, impossible to fake, was his strongest weapon. A 7-year-old telling a courtroom that Severus Snape had pulled him out of a cupboard and taught him to read and told him about his mother, no amount of Malfoy money could counter that. But it meant putting Harry in the spotlight. In the crosshairs. And that thought made Snape's blood run cold. He operated back to the cottage in the early afternoon. Lupin was waiting at the door. How did it go? Better than expected. Where's Harry? Inside. Reading. Lupin hesitated. There's something else. An owl came while you were gone. From Dumbledore's intelligence network. He handed Snape a folded parchment. Snape unfolded it and read. The message was coded, one of Dumbledore's systems, a substitution cipher Snape could decode in his sleep. Translated, it read, Source confirms Caro gathering. Tomorrow night. Borgin and Burke's basement. 12 to 15 expected. Purpose, planning session. Target, the boy. Snape read it twice. His mouth went dry. Tomorrow night, he said. Dumbledore wants to move on it. Disrupt the gathering before they can organize. Disrupt it how? A raid. Small team. In and out. Scatter them, gather intelligence, send a message. Snape looked at the cottage, the stone walls, the chimney trailing smoke, the window behind which Harry was reading, safe, warm, 3 pounds heavier than he'd been 2 weeks ago. Who? Snape asked. Dumbledore. Moody. Me. And you, if you're willing. If I'm willing. Snape folded the parchment and put it in his pocket. Who stays with Harry? McGonagall. She's already agreed. She'll arrive tomorrow afternoon. Snape closed his eyes. The calculus was brutal: leave Harry to go on a dangerous mission, or stay and wait for the Carrows to organize an attack that would come to the cottage instead. Offense versus defense. The choice was clear, even if it cut against every protective instinct screaming in his chest. "I'll go," Snape said. "Are you sure?" "You don't have to, I do have to. The Carrows know me. My presence sends a specific message: I am no longer on their side, I am not afraid of them, and the boy is protected by someone who knows exactly what they're capable of." He paused. "Besides, I have no intention of letting you and Moody handle this alone. You'd botch it." Lupin almost smiled. "Your faith in us is touching. My faith in you is calibrated. Which is why I'm coming." He told Harry that evening. Sat him down at the table after dinner, explained the situation with the directness the boy had demanded, and watched his face process the information. "You're going to fight them," Harry said. "I'm going to prevent them from coming here to fight us. There's a difference. You said you wouldn't leave. I said I wouldn't leave you. This is a few hours. I will come back." Harry's jaw worked. His hands were flat on the table, pressing down, as though anchoring himself to something solid. "What if you don't? Then Lupin and Moody and Dumbledore will be here. You won't be alone." "That's not what I'm asking." Snape looked at the boy. 7 years old, facing the reality that the person he trusted most was about to walk into danger. And asking, not whether he'd be safe without Snape, but whether Snape would be safe without him. "I will come back," Snape said. "I am very good at staying alive. I have been doing it under far worse circumstances than this for a very long time." Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, and went upstairs. Snape sat at the table and stared at his hands. They were steady. He didn't feel steady. Lupin sat down across from him. "He's scared." "Of course he's scared. Are you?" "Don't be absurd." Snape picked up his quill. His hand was perfectly still. "We need to plan. The basement of Borgin and Burke's, I know the layout. There's one entrance from the shop floor, one through a service tunnel from Nocturne Alley. If we hit both simultaneously, they plan through the night." Snape drew diagrams from memory, marking positions, entry points, sight lines. Moody's tactical expertise was channeled through Lupin, who relayed suggestions via charmed parchment. Dumbledore provided intelligence updates. The number was now confirmed at 14, including both Carrows, Nott, and several lower-tier supporters. At 2 in the morning, Snape checked on Harry. The boy was asleep, fitfully, tossing, his face tight with dreams. Snape sat on the edge of the bed and waited. After a few minutes, Harry's hand found Snape's wrist and gripped it, even in sleep. The grip was tight. Small fingers, stronger than they should be, holding on. Snape sat there until the grip relaxed and the boy's face smoothed and the dreams let go. Then he went back downstairs and finished planning how to hurt the people who wanted to hurt this child. The next night came too fast. McGonagall arrived at 4 in the afternoon, operating to the coordinates Snape had provided and walking the last quarter mile. She was exactly as Snape remembered, ramrod straight, sharp-eyed, wrapped in a tartan traveling cloak that she wore like armor. She greeted Lupin warmly, Snape curtly, and Harry with a softness that Snape had never seen from her in all his years at Hogwarts. She knelt down, Minerva McGonagall, who knelt for no one, and looked Harry in the eye. "You look very much like your father," she said. "Everyone says that." "Everyone is correct. He was one of my favorite students, though I never told him so. It would have made his head even larger than it already was." Harry grinned. I will be here while Professor Snape is away, McGonagall said. You are safe with me. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Excellent. Now, I understand you've been learning magical theory. Perhaps you'd like to see some practical transfiguration while we wait? Harry's eyes lit up. Snape felt a flicker of something that might have been gratitude and chose not to examine it. He left at 8. Lupin walked with him to the apparition point beyond the wards. They stood on the dark hillside, wands drawn, coats buttoned against the wind. Ready? Lupin asked. Always. They disapparated. Nocturne Alley at night was everything Diagon Alley pretended not to be: narrow, dark, wet, smelling of things that shouldn't be bottled and ambitions that shouldn't be spoken. Snape and Lupin materialized in a doorway near the junction with Diagon, where the shadows were deepest, and moved quickly through the alley's crooked length toward the back of Borgin and Burke's. Moody was already in position at the service tunnel entrance, invisible under a disillusionment charm so thorough that Snape wouldn't have known he was there if the old aura hadn't cleared his throat. 14 inside, Moody's disembodied voice growled. Both Carrows. Not. The rest are second tier. No Malfoy, he's too smart to show up personally. Dumbledore appeared at the far end of the alley, materializing out of nothing with the noiseless precision that had made him the most feared wizard of his generation. He wore dark robes, no glasses, his expression stripped of the genial warmth he showed the world. What was left was focus, cold and total. The shop is empty, Dumbledore said. Borgin has been paid to be elsewhere. We go on my signal. Severus and I through the shop. Alastor and Remus through the tunnel. Contain, disarm, gather intelligence. No killing. Unless they try to kill us, Moody added. In which case, defend yourselves proportionately. Moody grunted, which could have meant agreement or contempt. They took their positions. Snape and Dumbledore entered Borgin and Burke's through the front, a quiet unlocking charm on the door, a path through the cluttered shop floor to the staircase at the back that led down to the basement. Snape could hear voices below, the murmur of conversation, the clink of glass, the particular rhythm of people gathered for a purpose. Dumbledore held up a hand. 3 fingers. 2. 1. They hit the door together. The basement of Borgin and Burke's was larger than its street-level footprint suggested, expanded by magic, stone-walled, lit by floating candles that gave everything a sickly amber glow. A long table dominated the center, surrounded by figures in dark robes. Some were masked. Most weren't. Amicus Carrow was mid-sentence when the door blew open. His face, piggy, brutal, stupid with cruelty, registered shock for exactly 1 second before Snape's stunner hit him square in the chest and he went over backward in his chair. After that, it was chaos. Alecto Carrow screamed, a high, piercing sound, and threw a curse at Dumbledore that the old wizard deflected with a wave of his hand, literally a wave, his wand barely moving. Not ducked under the table. 3 others went for the tunnel exit and ran straight into Moody and Lupin, which was the last mistake they made while conscious. Snape moved through the room like a blade. He wasn't flashy, no dramatic spell work, no unnecessary flourish. He was economy. Efficiency. A stunner here, a shield there, a disarming charm that stripped a wand from a hand so fast the owner didn't realize it was gone until they tried to fire back and nothing happened. He took down 2 more before Alecto found him. Her curse came from behind, a cruciatus, unforgivable, screamed with the particular savagery of a woman whose brother had just been stunned. Snape felt the magic before it hit and twisted sideways, the curse passing close enough that his coat smoked, and fired back, not a stunner this time but a nonverbal hex of his own invention that hit Alecto's wand arm and locked every joint from shoulder to fingertip. Her wand clattered to the floor. She shrieked. "That's for the boy you'll never touch," Snape said, and stunned her. The fight was over in 90 seconds. 14 Death Eaters, for combatants, 90 seconds. It wasn't elegant. Moody had a cut above his eye and Lupin's coat was singed, but it was thorough. Dumbledore moved through the unconscious bodies, collecting wands. Snape went to the table. Papers. Plans. A map of northern Wales with a circle drawn around Snowdonia. His blood went cold. They know the region, Snape said, holding up the map. Not the exact location, the wards held, but they've narrowed it to the area. Moody stumped over and looked. That circle's 50 square miles. Could take weeks to search on foot. Or days, if they bring enough people. Snape rolled the map and pocketed it. We need to move. Again. No, Dumbledore said. He was standing over Amicus Carrow unconscious form, his expression unreadable. Running again solves nothing. They'll keep narrowing. We need a permanent solution. A permanent, the hearing. The guardianship order. Once it's official, once the ministry recognizes your custody, the legal framework shifts. Malfoy can't send attackers after a child in recognized ministry-approved care without declaring open war on the government. Even Lucius won't risk that. And between now and Monday? Between now and Monday, we hold. Snape stared at the old man. You're asking me to bet Harry's life on a piece of paper. I'm asking you to bet it on the law. On Amelia Bones. On the fact that even Lucius Malfoy is not above the system he's trying to manipulate. Dumbledore met his eyes. I'm asking you to trust, Severus. Not me, I know you don't, and I've given you reasons not to. Trust the process. Snape looked at the map in his hand. The circle around Snowdonia. The cottage inside that circle. Harry inside the cottage. Monday, Snape said. If we don't have the order by Monday, we run. Agreed. They left the dead gathering behind, stunned, disarmed, to be collected by the Aurors that Moody would anonymously tip off. The intelligence, the papers, the map, the plans, went with them. Snape apparat back to the cottage at midnight. He came through the door with soot on his face and a bruise on his ribs where a deflected curse had grazed him, and found Harry sitting in the armchair by the fire, wide awake, McGonagall in the chair beside him. You waited up, Snape said. You said you'd come back, Harry said. I was making sure. Snape looked at the boy, awake, alert, stubbornly refusing to sleep until he'd confirmed with his own eyes that the promise had been kept. His thin face was drawn with worry. His hands were clenched on the arms of the chair. He looked like someone who'd been holding his breath for 4 hours. I'm back, Snape said. Harry's hands unclenched. His shoulders dropped. He exhaled. Good, Harry said. Professor McGonagall turned the table into a horse. Did she? A small horse. It was amazing. I'm sure it was. Harry looked at him a moment longer, checking, confirming, making sure the promise was solid, that the man in front of him was real and whole and staying. Then he went to bed. Chapter 6, The Promise Kept. Saturday came wrapped in fog. The Welsh mountains disappeared overnight, swallowed by a white so thick and close that the cottage might have been the only thing left in the world. Snape stood at the front door at dawn, coffee in hand, and couldn't see 20 feet. The fog pressed against the wards like something alive, muffling sound, erasing distance. It should have been unsettling. Instead, it felt like camouflage. Harry was already up. The boy had adopted Snape's schedule, early rising, no complaints, and was sitting at the kitchen table eating porridge with the focused intensity he gave to every meal. He'd gained another pound. His cheeks were filling out, the sharpness of his bones softening beneath new weight, and his skin had lost the grayish pallor of the cupboard. He looked like a child now. An actual child, not a ghost wearing a child's shape. Today was the meeting with Amelia Bones. The formal examination. Snape had spent the previous evening preparing Harry, not coaching, because coached children sounded coached and Bones would spot it in a heartbeat, but preparing. Explaining what would happen, who would be there, what kinds of questions to expect. Harry had listened with that preternatural calm of his, asked 3 precise questions, and said, "Okay." The meeting was scheduled for 2 o'clock at a secure location in Hogsmeade, the same office above Scrivenshafts, warded by Moody, accessible by a portkey that Dumbledore had arranged. Snape, Harry, and Lupin would go. McGonagall would be present as Harry's educational sponsor. Moody would handle security. But first, there were 6 hours to fill, and Harry was vibrating with a nervous energy he was trying very hard to hide. "You're stirring that porridge instead of eating it," Snape observed from the doorway. Harry looked down at his bowl. "I'm eating it. You're rearranging it. There's a difference." The boy set down his spoon. "What if I say the wrong thing?" "There is no wrong thing. You tell the truth." "What if the truth isn't enough?" Snape crossed the kitchen and sat across from him. The boy's face was tight with anxiety, the old anxiety, the Dursley anxiety, the deep-wired conviction that the outcome depended on his performance and that failure meant punishment. "Listen to me," Snape said. "This is not a test. You are not being evaluated. Madam Bones is coming to see that you're well, that you're safe, that you're cared for. She will see those things because they are true. You don't need to convince her. You just need to be yourself." "What if myself isn't enough?" The question hit Snape in the chest. He heard its echo, the voice of every child who'd been told they were too much, too strange, too wrong, until they'd internalized the message so deeply it became the foundation of their self-concept. He'd asked his mother the same question once, sitting on the kitchen floor in Spinner's End, and Eileen had looked away and said nothing. "You," Snape said, "are more than enough. You are, in point of fact, rather a lot." Harry's mouth twitched. Not a smile, the anxiety was too heavy for that, but the architecture of one. "Eat your porridge," Snape said. "We have things to do." The morning passed in a strange, suspended calm. Lupin worked with Harry on breathing exercises, something he'd introduced in the second week, a technique for managing anxiety that involved counting breaths and focusing on physical sensations. Harry found it embarrassing but effective, and Snape had noticed the boy using it silently, on his own, when he thought no one was watching. Snape brewed. He always brewed when he was anxious, the precision of it, the focus, the way it demanded his entire attention and left no room for spiraling. Today he made a calming draft, a strengthening solution, and, because he was who he was, a dose of Veritaserum, in case Bones took him up on his offer. At noon, an owl arrived with a letter from Dumbledore. Short, coded, 2 sentences, provisional order approved by emergency panel this morning. Bones will have it at the meeting. Snape read it twice. Then he sat down at the kitchen table and put his head in his hands. Lupin found him like that. The werewolf stopped in the doorway, read the letter over Snape's shoulder, and exhaled. "It's done. It's provisional. It can still be challenged. Lucius will challenge it. But it's done. For now. For now." Lupin put a hand on Snape's shoulder. It was a brief gesture, Lupin knew better than to linger, but it was there, warm and present, the touch of someone who understood what this moment meant. Snape sat up. "We need to go." The portkey activated at 1:30, a tin can Dumbledore had charmed, sitting innocuously on the cottage's mantelpiece. Snape, Harry, and Lupin each touched a finger to it and felt the familiar hook behind the navel, the spinning compression of portkey travel, and then they were standing in the office above Scrivenshafts. Moody was already there. So was McGonagall, wearing her most formidable expression, the one that had cowed generations of Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. Dumbledore was absent, which Snape noted. "He's meeting with the Wisengamot liaison," McGonagall said, reading Snape's glance. "Ensuring the provisional order is properly filed." "How thoughtful. Don't be snide, Severus. He's trying. He's always trying. It's the succeeding I take issue with." McGonagall gave him a look that could have etched glass, but there was something under it, a warmth, a grudging solidarity, that Snape pretended not to see. Harry stood in the middle of the room, taking in the space with his usual rapid assessment. He was wearing the best of his transfigured clothes, dark trousers, a white shirt, a jumper Snape had charmed to fit perfectly. His hair was, as always, a disaster, but Snape had long since accepted that Harry Potter's hair existed in a state of fundamental rebellion against order, and no magic short of a permanent sticking charm was going to change that. The scar was visible. They'd discussed this, Harry had wanted to hide it, and Snape had overruled him. "The scar is part of your story," Snape had said. "Let her see it. Let her understand what you survived." Harry had nodded, but his hand kept drifting to his forehead, fingers brushing the lightning bolt. At precisely 2 o'clock, Amelia Bones arrived. She came through the door with the same no-nonsense stride as before, her blue ministry robes crisp, her monocle in place. Behind her was a woman Snape didn't recognize, younger, carrying a leather satchel, wearing the green-trimmed robes of a St. Mungo's healer. "Independent examination," Bones said, noting Snape's glance at the healer. "Ministry appointed. Non-negotiable. I expected nothing less." Bones looked at Harry. Her expression didn't change, she was too professional for that, but Snape saw her eyes move over the boy, cataloguing the same things Snape had catalogued 3 weeks ago. The thinness, still there but diminishing. The scar. The glasses. The green eyes. "Harry," Bones said. "My name is Amelia Bones. I'm the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Do you know what that means?" "You're in charge of catching bad people," Harry said. "Close enough. I'd like to talk to you, and I'd like Healer Watts to examine you. Is that all right?" Harry looked at Snape. "The habitual check, is this safe? Do I trust this?" and Snape nodded. "Okay," Harry said. The examination came first. Healer Watts, a competent, gentle woman who spoke to Harry with the calm directness of someone accustomed to working with children, conducted a thorough physical assessment in the back room. Snape wasn't permitted to be present, which he accepted with visible difficulty and internal agony. Lupin sat beside him in the main office, both of them rigid, listening to the muffled sounds through the wall. It took 40 minutes. When the healer emerged, her face was composed, but her eyes were bright, not with tears, Snape thought, but with the controlled fury of a medical professional confronting evidence of sustained cruelty. She handed Bones a sealed report without a word. Bones opened it, read it, and set it down. She looked at Snape. "The report confirms and expands upon the findings of the initial examination," she said. "Healed fractures. Scarring. Malnourishment. Developmental indicators consistent with prolonged neglect." However, she paused. Healer Watts also notes significant improvement in the boy's condition over the past 3 weeks. Weight gain. Healing. Reduced cortisol markers. She looked up. "Whatever you've been doing, it's working." "I've been feeding him, healing him, and not beating him," Snape said. "It isn't complicated." Bones's mouth tightened, not with displeasure, but with the grim acknowledgement that the bar for Harry's care had been set so low that basic human decency registered as improvement. "I'd like to speak with Harry now," Bones said. "Alone." Snape's jaw clenched. "He's 7. I'm aware. I'm not going to interrogate him. I'm going to ask him about his life, before and after you took him. He has the right to be heard without adults shaping his responses. I haven't shaped, I know. That's why I'm asking him alone. So the record reflects it." Snape forced himself to nod. Harry was brought in from the back room, calm, composed, his hands at his sides, and Bones closed the door behind them. The next 30 minutes were the longest of Snape's life. He sat in the outer office with Lupin, McGonagall, and Moody, and he did not move, and he did not speak, and he listened to the indistinct murmur of voices through the wall, Bones's measured tone, Harry's lighter one, and he could not make out the words, and the not knowing was worse than anything. Lupin, sensing the tension, didn't try to make conversation. McGonagall graded papers she'd brought, her quill scratching steadily, a deliberate projection of normalcy. Moody's magical eye tracked the room in slow circles, watching everything and nothing. The door opened. Bones came out first. Her expression was, Snape studied it, searching for clues, neutral. Professional. Whatever Harry had said, she wasn't giving anything away. Harry came out behind her. He walked straight to Snape and stood beside his chair, close enough that their arms touched. Not grabbing, not clinging, just proximity. Choosing to be near. "Thank you, Harry," Bones said. "You did very well." Harry nodded but didn't look at her. He was looking at Snape, reading his face the way he always did, checking for cues. "Well?" Snape said to Bones. Bones sat down behind the desk. She arranged her papers. She placed the healer's report on top, the sealed guardianship application beneath it, and a third document, the provisional order, signed and stamped with the Wisengamot seal, on top of everything. "The provisional guardianship order has been approved," she said. "Effective immediately. You are recognized as Harry Potter's magical guardian pending a full hearing, which will be scheduled within 60 days. Snape heard the words. He processed them. He did not react, because reacting would mean acknowledging the magnitude of what had just happened, and he wasn't ready for that. "Not yet." "The full hearing," he said. "What should I expect?" "A panel of 3 Wisengamot members. Testimony from both sides. Malfoy has already filed notice of opposition. He'll argue that your history disqualifies you and that Harry should be placed with an approved wizarding family." Bones paused. "His suggested family, for the record, is the Malfoys." The room went very quiet. "Over my dead body," Snape said, and the words came out with a calm so absolute that it circled back around to terrifying. "Over mine as well," McGonagall said sharply. "The suggestion won't hold up," Bones said. "Malfoy's own history, however well papered, makes him a poor candidate for custody of the child his former master tried to murder. But he doesn't need to win the custody bid. He just needs to disqualify you. If you're removed as guardian and the Malfoy bid fails, Harry goes into the Ministry's foster system, and Malfoy has influence there. Then he doesn't disqualify me," Snape said. "What does he have?" Bones counted on her fingers. "The dark mark. Your known association with Death Eaters. The lack of any formal child-rearing experience. The fact that you removed the child without legal authorization, under Article 17, which permits emergency removal but requires notification to the DMLE within 48 hours, which you did not provide." Snape's mouth thinned. She was right. He'd been so focused on keeping Harry alive that the bureaucratic requirements had slipped. A mistake. Lucius would exploit it. "What do I have?" Snape asked. "The abuse evidence. The healer reports. Dumbledore and McGonagall's sponsorship. Your record at Hogwarts, clean, if not beloved." Bones looked at him. "And the boy himself." She glanced at the closed door, then back at Snape. Something in her expression shifted, not a softening, exactly, but a crack in the professional armor. "He spoke about you," Bones said. "In the interview. I asked him to describe his life at Privet Drive and his life with you. He described the Dursleys in terms that were," she paused. "Clinical. Precise. The account of someone who had learned to document abuse as a survival strategy. He described Privet Drive the way a prisoner describes a cell." The room was very still. "Then I asked him about you," Bones continued. And his entire demeanor changed. He sat up straighter. He spoke louder. "He told me that you taught him about his mother. That you let him read any book he wanted. That you made him dinner every night and never locked the door. That you told him he wasn't a freak." Her voice caught, barely, a hairline fracture in her composure. He said, "Snape promised he wouldn't leave, and he hasn't." Snape stared at the desk. He could not look up because his eyes were doing something they hadn't done in years, and he would not, do this in a room full of people. "That testimony," Bones said, "will carry more weight than anything Malfoy produces. I suggest you let the boy speak at the hearing." "Agreed," Snape said, and his voice was almost normal. Bones stood. "I'll be in touch regarding the hearing date. In the meantime, the provisional order gives you legal standing. If anyone at all, attempts to remove Harry from your custody without a court order, they are committing a criminal offense. You are entitled to defend yourselves." "Noted." Bones gathered her files. At the door, she stopped, the same way she'd stopped the last time, with the air of someone who had one more thing to say and wasn't sure whether to say it. "I asked Harry one more question," she said. "I asked him if he was happy." Snape looked up. He said, "I don't know what that means yet. But I think I'm learning." She left. The room exhaled. McGonagall was the first to move. She crossed to Snape and stood in front of him, and for a terrible moment he thought she was going to say something kind, which would have destroyed him. "You have ink on your collar," she said, and walked away. Snape almost laughed. Almost. They returned to the cottage by Portkey. The fog had lifted while they were gone, and the mountains were visible again, vast, green, ancient, utterly indifferent to the concerns of wizards. Harry ran ahead up the path, his energy suddenly unleashed, the anxiety of the meeting metabolized into pure kinetic motion. He reached the cottage door, spun around, and shouted down the hill, "Can I have toast?" "You've just eaten." Lupin called back. "I'm always hungry. Snape says it's the potion." Snape, climbing the hill at his own pace, felt something loosen in his chest. A knot he'd been carrying for 3 weeks, for 23 days, to be precise, unwound by 1 degree. The provisional order was in his pocket. The hearing was 60 days away. Lucius Malfoy was sharpening his knives. Nothing was settled. Nothing was safe. But the boy was running up a hillside in Wales, shouting about toast, and for this one moment, that was enough. The next 4 days were quiet. Deceptively quiet. The fog came and went. Snape taught Harry the basics of Latin, the language underpinning most British spellwork, and the boy took to it with startling facility, memorizing declensions the way other children memorized football scores. Lupin told stories. Moody sent daily intelligence reports by charmed parchment. Malfoy was meeting with lawyers, filing motions, building his case for the hearing. On Tuesday evening, the quiet ended. Snape was in the kitchen, brewing, when the ward screamed. Not the single pulse alarm of a lone approach. Not the graduated warning of a small group. The full alarm, every layer, every ring, every detection charm shrieking simultaneously, the magical equivalent of a building's fire alarms going off on every floor at once. Snape dropped the ladle. It clattered against the cauldron and he was already moving, wand drawn, his mind calculating even as his body reacted. The alarm pattern meant multiple signatures, many, too many, approaching from multiple directions. Coordinated. Surrounding. Lupin. Snape roared. Lupin burst from the sitting room, wand in hand. His face was transformed, the mild, tired man replaced by something sharper, harder, the combat instinct of a werewolf who'd survived a war. "How many?" Lupin asked. Snape pressed his palm to the wall, reading the wards. "At least 10. Coming from 3 directions. South, east, and north. The west is clear, for now. Carrows. And friends. Malfoy's done waiting for the courts." Harry appeared at the top of the stairs. He was pale, his wand hand, he didn't have a wand, but his hand went to where one would be, an instinct Snape had never taught him, clenched at his side. "Get dressed," Snape said. "Shoes. Coat. Now. Harry disappeared. Snape heard the rapid sounds of a child dressing with the efficiency of someone who'd learned to be ready to move at a moment's notice. Snape squeezed Dumbledore's protean stone. Then he activated the cottage's emergency protocol, a series of charms he'd laid in the first week, designed for exactly this scenario. The flue ignited with green flame and a preset message fired through to 3 destinations simultaneously: McGonagall's office, Moody's safe house, and Dumbledore's personal fireplace. "They'll need time to get here," Lupin said. "Then we buy time." Snape moved through the cottage like a man following a choreographed routine, because he'd rehearsed this in his mind every night since they'd arrived. He sealed the bedroom windows. He reinforced the front door with a barricading charm. He activated the secondary ward layer, the traps, the offensive charms he'd woven into the detection grid. Through the walls, he felt the attackers hit the first ward ring. A shudder ran through the cottage, dust sifting from the ceiling beams, as the outer detection layer absorbed the impact of multiple breaching spells. "They're strong," Lupin said. He was at the window, watching the fog roll across the hillside. "Professional ward breakers. This isn't the Carrows alone. Lucius hired specialists." Snape's jaw was tight. "He's throwing everything at this. One decisive strike before the hearing. If they breach the wards, they will breach the wards. It's a matter of when." The second ring fell. Another shudder. A crack appeared in the kitchen wall, not structural, magical, the stress of ward collapse translating into physical strain. Harry came downstairs. Dressed, shoes on, coat zipped. His face was white but set, his chin up, his hands steady. He looked at Snape and said, "What do I do?" Snape crouched. He gripped the boy's shoulders, firmly, not roughly, anchoring him. "You stay behind me. You do not leave my side. If I tell you to run, you run, west, down the hill, to the stream at the bottom. There's a portkey hidden under the flat rock by the water. It will take you to McGonagall's office at Hogwarts. Do you understand? I'm not leaving you. Harry, you promised." The third ward ring cracked. The cottage shook. A window blew in, glass spraying across the sitting room, and cold mountain air rushed through the gap. "I promised I wouldn't leave you," Snape said. "I didn't promise we'd never be separated temporarily for your safety. There's a difference. That's cheating." In spite of everything, the collapsing wards, the approaching attackers, the very real possibility that the next few minutes would be the last few minutes, Snape felt his mouth twitch. "It's pragmatism," he said. "Now stay behind me." The fourth ring fell. The front door blasted inward, properly this time, the barricading charm overwhelmed by concentrated force. Snape grabbed Harry, shoved him behind the overturned table he'd kicked into position as cover, and raised the strongest shield charm he could manage. The first curse came through the doorway and splashed against his shield like water against rock. Then a second. A third. They were probing, testing his defenses, measuring his strength before committing to a full assault. Snape fired back. A blasting curse through the open doorway, aimed not at the attackers but at the ground in front of the cottage. The hillside erupted in a shower of rock and earth, creating a blast crater that forced the approaching figures to scatter. Lupin. The tunnel. Lupin was already there, at the back of the cottage, where Snape had dug an emergency exit in the first week, a narrow passage through the hillside that emerged 50 yards west, hidden by a rocky outcrop. Lupin threw the tunnel entrance open and looked back. "Go," Snape said. "Take Harry. I'm not leaving you here alone. You're not leaving me, you're flanking them. Take Harry to the tunnel exit, come around the north side, hit them from behind. I'll hold the front." Lupin's face contorted, the conflict visible, the war between the instinct to stand and fight and the strategic logic of Snape's plan. "Now, Lupin." Lupin grabbed Harry. The boy resisted, physically, actually resisted, his thin body rigid, his hands reaching for Snape, and Snape saw his face, the green eyes blazing with terror, and he said the only thing he could think of. "I'll be right behind you. Go." Harry went. Lupin pulled him into the tunnel and they disappeared into the dark. Snape turned back to the doorway. 3 figures were advancing up the hill toward the cottage, wands raised, moving in a tactical spread. Behind them, more, he counted 7, 8, at least 10. They wore dark robes, no masks, they weren't bothering with anonymity. This was a hammer blow, not a scalpel. He recognized Amicus Carrow in the lead, revived, recovered, and furious. Alecto beside him, her wand arm working despite whatever lingering effects Snape's hex had left. Behind them, figures Snape didn't recognize, hired muscle, imported talent, the mercenary edge of Lucius Malfoy's considerable fortune. And behind them all, standing at the edge of the First Ward Ring's wreckage, watching with his hands folded on his silver cane, was Lucius Malfoy himself. He'd come. He'd actually come. The man who never got his hands dirty, who operated through proxies and intermediaries, who hadn't personally engaged in combat since the First War, he was standing on a Welsh mountainside in a fog, and his presence meant this was the endgame. No more political games. No more legal maneuvering. Lucius had decided that if he couldn't take Harry through the system, he'd take him through force, and deal with the consequences afterward. Severus. Lucius's voice carried across the hillside, clear and pleasant, as though they were meeting at a dinner party. This doesn't have to be unpleasant. Give me the boy, and you can walk away. I'll even ensure the ministry treats you gently. Snape stepped into the doorway. His wand was at his side. His shield was down, deliberately, a statement. You've made a mistake, Lucius. Have I? You've come yourself. You never come yourself. Which means you're desperate. And desperate men make errors. Lucius's smile didn't waver. I'm not desperate, Severus. I'm efficient. The hearing is in 8 weeks. I'd rather not wait. The provisional order is in effect. You're attacking a child in recognized ministry custody. That's a criminal offense. Provisional orders can be rescinded. Especially when the guardian is found to be an unfit former Death Eater who was tragically killed during a robbery at his rural hideaway. Lucius tilted his head. The prophet will run a lovely obituary. The Carrows advanced. 3 more behind them. Snape counted 11 wands pointed at the cottage. He thought about Harry. About the boy in the tunnel, moving toward the port key, Lupin at his side. If Snape could hold them for 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, Harry would be at Hogwarts. Safe behind the most heavily warded structure in Britain. Beyond Lucius's reach. 3 minutes. He could hold for 3 minutes. He raised his wand and the first curse left it before anyone on the hillside could blink. It hit the ground between Amicus and Alecto and detonated, not fire, not force, but a darkness charm, a black fog that billowed outward and swallowed the lead attackers. Snape heard Amicus swear, heard stumbling, heard the wild crack of curses fired blind. He stepped out of the cottage and into the fight. The first 30 seconds were pure chaos. Snape moved through the darkness he'd created like a fish through water, he could see in it, he designed it that way, a modification of the Peruvian instant darkness powder that Snape had been refining for years. He stunned 2 of the hired wands before they knew he was there. Disarmed a third. Hit a fourth with a full body bind that dropped him face first into the heather. The darkness was dissipating, Alecto had cast a counter, competently for once, and Snape fell back toward the cottage, firing shields and curses in alternation, a rhythm he'd learned in the First War and never forgotten. Shield. Curse. Move. Shield. Curse. Move. A jet of green light passed close enough to singe his hair. Killing curse. Someone was playing for keeps. Snape spun, identified the source, one of the mercenaries, a thick-necked wizard with a flat face, and hit him with a hex that sent him flying backward 20 feet through the air. The man hit the ground and didn't get up. 90 seconds. Halfway there. Amicus found him. The big Death Eater came out of the thinning darkness with murder in his piggy eyes and a cruciatus on his lips, and Snape sidestepped it, barely, the curse crackling past his ear, and hit back with a sectum sempra that opened a cut across Amicus's shoulder. The man roared, staggered, kept coming. Another curse from the left, Alecto. Snape blocked it, ducked Amicus's follow-up, and realized he was being corralled. They were pushing him back toward the cottage, pinning him against the wall, closing the space where he could maneuver. 2 minutes. 1 more minute. A curse hit his shield and shattered it. The impact knocked him backward into the cottage's stone wall, and for a moment the world went white with pain, his back, his ribs, the breath driven out of him. He gasped, raised his wand, and found Amicus Carrow 3 feet away, grinning, wand aimed at his face. "End of the line, Snape," Amicus said. "Where's the boy?" "Far away from you." "We'll find him." "We always find." A streak of silver light hit Amicus in the chest and launched him off his feet. He flew 10 yards and crashed into a boulder with a sound like a sack of grain hitting a wall. He didn't get up. Alastair Moody materialized out of the fog, wand raised, magical eye spinning. Behind him, Snape's heart lurched, were shapes in the mist. Dumbledore, robes billowing, his wand already moving. McGonagall, in tartan, her wand arm extended. And others, faces Snape didn't recognize, but whose magical signatures registered as friendly in the ward's remnants. Order members. Old ones. People Dumbledore had called out of retirement, out of hiding, out of the comfortable civilian lives they'd built on the ashes of the last war. The battle shifted. What had been 11 against 1 became 11 against 8, and the 8 included Albus Dumbledore, which was worth 6 on his own. Dumbledore didn't duel the way other wizards dueled. He didn't exchange curses, he controlled the field. With a wave of his wand, the ground beneath 3 attackers turned to liquid, swallowing them to the waist and then hardening into stone. With another, he conjured a wall of fire that cut the remaining mercenaries off from the Carrows, isolating them, dividing their force. Moody moved through the stragglers with brutal efficiency, stunner, body bind, disarm, the work of 30 seconds, performed with the mechanical precision of a man who'd done this more times than anyone should have to. McGonagall, for her part, transfigured the rocks behind 3 fleeing mercenaries into a pack of stone dogs that ran them down and pinned them to the ground. She looked thoroughly satisfied about it. And Lupin came from the north side, exactly as Snape had planned, hitting the remaining attackers from behind. He fought with a ferocity that had nothing to do with the wolf and everything to do with the man, precise, controlled, powered by something deeper than combat training. Powered by the image of Harry's face in the tunnel, the boy's hands reaching back, the terror of a child being torn from the one person who'd made him feel safe. In 3 minutes, it was over. The hillside was littered with stunned and bound bodies. Alecto Carrow lay unconscious near the cottage door. Amicus was slumped against the boulder where Moody's curse had put him. The mercenaries were pinned, disarmed, finished. And Lucius Malfoy was gone. Snape scanned the hillside, nothing. The spot where Lucius had been standing was empty. In the chaos, in the fog, the man had slipped away. Of course he had. Lucius Malfoy always slipped away. It was his greatest talent and his most infuriating quality. But he'd been seen. By Moody, by McGonagall, by half a dozen witnesses. He'd stood on that hillside and directed an armed assault against a child in minister-recognized custody. Deniability was gone. The velvet glove was off, and what was underneath, the mailed fist, the Death Eater's conviction, the cold calculation of a man who believed power entitled him to anything, was exposed. Snape leaned against the cottage wall. His back screamed. His ribs protested. His wand arm shook with fatigue. Severus. Dumbledore was beside him. "Where is Harry?" The tunnel. Lupin, I'll get him. Lupin was already moving, sprinting around the cottage to the tunnel exit. Snape slid down the wall and sat on the wet ground. The fog was lifting. The mountains were emerging, massive and grey, as indifferent as ever. The sky was clearing, and somewhere behind the clouds, stars were beginning to appear. Moody stumped over. Blood on his face, the cut from Borgin and Burke's had reopened, but otherwise intact. He looked at Snape on the ground, at the stunned bodies on the hillside, at the crumbling remains of the cottage's wards. "You held," Moody said. 3 minutes, alone, against 11. You held. I had motivation. Moody looked toward the tunnel. You did. Lupin emerged from the darkness behind the cottage, and with him was Harry. The boy was running, not the controlled, cautious movement Snape was used to, but a flat-out sprint, arms pumping, coat flying behind him. He ran across the torn-up hillside, past the unconscious bodies, past Moody and Dumbledore and McGonagall, and he threw himself at Snape with a force that knocked the breath out of Snape's already battered lungs. Small arms around his neck. A face pressed into his shoulder. A body shaking, not with tears, but with the full-body shudder of adrenaline and terror and relief that comes when the worst is over and you're still alive. Snape's arms came up. Not slowly this time, not the hesitant, awkward gesture of the kitchen in Spinner's End. Immediately. Instinctively. He wrapped his arms around the boy and held him, and it wasn't awkward, and it wasn't stiff. It was the most natural thing he'd ever done. You said you'd be right behind me, Harry said into his shoulder. I'm here. You lied. I was delayed. There's a difference. That's the second time you've said, there's a difference, when there isn't one. I'll work on that. Harry pulled back. His face was tear-streaked, he'd been crying, in the tunnel, where no one could see, but his eyes were fierce, and his jaw was set, and he looked at Snape with an expression that was equal parts fury and love. Don't do that again, Harry said. I'll do it as many times as necessary. Then take me with you next time. Absolutely not. Then don't get hurt. Snape looked down at himself, the torn robes, the bruises already forming, the blood on his hand from a cut he didn't remember receiving. I'll work on that too, he said. Harry glared at him for another 3 seconds, then buried his face in Snape's shoulder again. His arms tightened. His shaking slowed. His breathing steadied. Snape sat on the wet hillside in the Welsh mountains with a 7-year-old clinging to him, and around them the remnants of the old order moved through the wreckage of Lucius Malfoy's last gamble, and the fog lifted, and the stars came out, and for the first time in as long as Snape could remember, he felt something that was not guilt, not grief, not the dead weight of atonement. He felt like he was home. The aftermath was swift. Moody contacted the Auror office. A team arrived within the hour, real Aurors, not Malfoy's people, led by a young woman named Tonks who had pink hair and a cheerful disregard for protocol that reminded Snape uncomfortably of another Gryffindor he'd known. The unconscious attackers were collected, documented, bound for holding cells at the Ministry. Amelia Bones arrived by dawn. She surveyed the scene, the destroyed wards, the blast craters, the cottage with its blown-in windows and cracked walls, and her face was stone. Malfoy? She asked. Fled, Moody said. But I've got 6 witnesses who saw him on that hill. Including Dumbledore. I'll need statements from everyone. You'll have them by noon. Bones looked at Snape, who was sitting inside the damaged cottage with Harry asleep in his lap, actually asleep, the boy having finally crashed at 4 a.m, his body giving out after hours of sustained terror. Snape hadn't moved. His legs were numb. He didn't care. The hearing, Bones said quietly. After this, Malfoy's opposition is dead. An armed assault on a child in provisional custody, directed by the man who filed the custody challenge. She shook her head. No panel in the Wisengamot will take his claim seriously. Not now. And Lucius? Will face charges. Criminal conspiracy. Assault on a minor. Violation of a custody order. My office will file by end of week. She paused. He'll fight it. He has money and lawyers and friends in high places. But his position is fatally weakened. He showed his hand, and it was covered in blood. Snape looked down at the boy in his lap. Harry's face was peaceful in sleep, truly peaceful, the peace of exhaustion, of someone who'd been through the fire and come out the other side. His hand was curled around Snape's wrist, the grip loose but present. Holding on. The guardianship, Snape said. Can we accelerate the hearing? I'll request an emergency session. Given the circumstances, I expect approval within the week. A week. 7 days. And then, if everything held, if the evidence spoke, if the system worked the way it was supposed to, it would be official. Legal. Permanent. Not a provisional order, not a temporary arrangement, but recognized guardianship. Harry Potter, ward of Severus Snape. Bones left. The Aurors left. Dumbledore lingered. The old man stood in the cottage doorway, looking at Snape and the sleeping boy, and his expression was something Snape had never seen before, not the calculated warmth, not the strategic concern, not the disappointed headmaster. Something rawer. Realer. The face of a man who had made a terrible mistake and was only now, finally, fully reckoning with it. Severus, Dumbledore said. If you're going to apologize again, save it. I wasn't going to apologize. I was going to say, he stopped. Removed his spectacles. Polished them. Put them back on. I was going to say that I was wrong. Not just about Privet Drive, about you. I thought of you as a piece on a board. A valuable piece, essential, even, but a piece nonetheless. I moved you according to my strategy. I kept you in place because I needed you in place. I never considered that you might have your own, he searched for the word. Your own purpose. Beyond the one I assigned you. Snape said nothing. You found your purpose in that cupboard, Dumbledore said quietly. And it is better than anything I could have given you. The old man turned and walked out into the Welsh morning, his robes trailing behind him, and Snape watched him go and felt, for the first time, something that was not resentment or obligation but a strange, tired species of forgiveness. Not absolution, Dumbledore's mistakes had cost too much for that, but an acknowledgement that the man was trying, in his flawed and frustrating way, to be better. Much like Snape himself. The hearing took place 6 days later, in a small chamber deep in the Ministry of Magic. The panel was 3 Wisengamot members, 2 women and a man, all experienced, all vetted by Bones for independence from Malfoy's influence. The gallery was closed. The proceedings were sealed. Snape testified. He laid out the facts, Privet Drive, the cupboard, the abuse, the rescue, with the clinical precision he'd used with Bones. He submitted the evidence. He rolled up his sleeve and showed the mark, because hiding it would have been worse than revealing it. McGonagall testified. She spoke about Snape's years at Hogwarts, his dedication, his skill, the loyalty that Dumbledore had vouched for. She spoke about Harry's educational progress under Snape's care. She was factual, thorough, and devastating in the way that only Minerva McGonagall could be, a woman who dealt in truths the way a blacksmith deals in iron. Lupin testified. He spoke about James and Lily. About the boy he'd found in a Welsh cottage, 3 pounds heavier and learning Latin and smiling. About Snape's devotion, and he used that word, devotion, and Snape sat in his chair and stared at the table and did not look up. Harry testified. He sat in a chair that was too big for him, his feet not reaching the floor, his hands folded in his lap. He answered the panel's questions in a clear, steady voice. He told them about the cupboard. About the bruises. About the hunger and the darkness and the broken toy soldier and the word freak and the years of learning to be invisible. And then he told them about Snape. He told them about the toast cut into triangles. About the books, all the books, as many as he wanted. About the potions lessons and the Latin and the room with a window. About the man who'd crouched down and said I'm not going to hurt you and meant it. About the promise that hadn't been broken. He came and got me, Harry said, and his voice was small but carried in the silent chamber. Nobody else did. Just him. And he's kept me safe every day since. He fights for me. He stays. The boy paused. He looked at Snape, across the chamber, across all the legal formality and political complexity, through the weight of everything that had happened, and said, simply, he's my family. The panel deliberated for 9 minutes. The guardianship was granted. They left the ministry through a side exit, avoiding the prophet reporters who'd gathered at the main entrance. Moody had arranged a port key, another tin can, charmed and waiting, and they took it back to the cottage, which had been repaired in their absence by a team McGonagall had organized. The walls were whole, the windows replaced, the wards rebuilt, stronger this time, layered by Moody's hands and Dumbledore's magic and Snape's own relentless precision. The cottage looked the same. But it felt different. It felt permanent. Harry walked through the front door and stopped. He turned in a slow circle, looking at the sitting room, the fire burning, the books on their color-sorted shelf, the rough table with its scars and ink stains. "We get to stay," he said. "We get to stay." Harry nodded. He didn't smile, it was too big for a smile, too much, but his entire body changed. The tension that had lived in his shoulders since the cupboard, that Snape had watched diminish but never fully disappear, released. His spine softened. His hands unclenched. He stood in the middle of the room, a 7-year-old boy in a stone cottage in the Welsh mountains, and for the first time in his life he was somewhere that was his. "I'm going to read," Harry announced. "Naturally. The potions book. The advanced one." "You can't read the advanced one. You're 7. "I'm going to read it anyway. It will make no sense to you. I'll ask you to explain the hard bits. There are no easy bits. Then I'll ask you to explain all of it." Harry crossed to the bookshelf, pulled the familiar volume from its place, Advanced Potion Making, still sorted by color among the blues, and settled into the armchair by the fire. He opened it to the first page, frowned at the dense text, and looked up at Snape. "What's a bezoar?" And Snape sat down in the chair across from him, the chair that had become his chair, in the room that had become his room, in the house that had become, against all probability and reason, his home, and began to explain. Outside, the Welsh mountains stood in the autumn light. The wards hummed. The wind carried the smell of heather and stone. Somewhere in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy was consulting lawyers. Somewhere in London, the ministry was processing paperwork. Somewhere in the deep, dark places of the world, something that had once been Lord Voldemort waited, patient and hungry, for its chance to return. But those were problems for another day. For other chapters, other years, other battles. Today, there was a fire, and a book, and a man who had finally kept his promise, and a boy who was learning what it meant to be home. The afternoon light came through the window, golden and warm, and Severus Snape taught Lily's son about bezoars, and the shadows stayed outside where they belonged.